Authority of the Port Harbor and Terminal District will come to order. The machine is open for roll call. Let the record reflect that there are 7 members present. Absent from the table are Mr. Burris and Mr. Turner. We'll all rise for the prayer. We take this moment to acknowledge Almighty God and thank Him for our bountiful blessings, especially for this parish's natural resources. We give thanks to God for our brave and courageous men and women in our military who daily risk their lives to protect our precious freedoms. And we pray for our world leaders to know how to obtain world peace. We also pray for this government body, comprised of both council and administration, that will always serve this parish with honesty, humility, and equality to all. And as this government body gathers here today, we pray for the wisdom to know right from wrong and the courage to do which is right. And also, with everyone here in your prayers, please give your best to the family of Patrick Becknell, who yesterday met with an untimely accident that took his life. Patrick is a community leader in this parish, a past Orange King. He was at work flying a helicopter, and the accident occurred yesterday. Please remember his family in your prayers, and also remember Patrick for the wonderful man that he was and all of the great things he has done for us in Plaquemines Parish. Amen. Mr. Marinovich, lead us in the pledge.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you all today. Before we start the rest of the port meeting, I'd like to call on Mr. Marinovich. He has an announcement to make.
I'd like to mention to everybody today, thank you, Dr. Gouy, and also for the kind words for Patrick Becknell also. I'd like to mention to anybody that's here to address the Woodlands Borrow Pit permit, that we are not going to discuss that at all today. We are going to defer that permit today. So if anybody's here just strictly for that one item, feel free to leave, or feel free to stay. Which one? The CDB, also that's another thing too. The CDBG block grant, Community Development Block Grant, also will not be done today either.
Thank you, Mr. Marinovich.
Yes,
sir.
Yes, we are.
Okay, good.
Thank you, Dr. Gouy.
Thank you, sir. We do have an executive session scheduled, and if it's okay with the council, I would like to move on with the rest of the agenda, and then we can go into executive session. Status report by Port Director. Caught you off guard there, buddy?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, ladies and gentlemen of the Port Council. I'm Sandy Sanders. I'm the Executive Director of Plaquemines Port. Today, I would like to share 5 items on the Executive Director report. Give you an update on our continual efforts for the Ambassador Association. To date, we have met with all 3 presidents of the Pilots Association. We've met with Jaime Colon with the Federal Pilots, Mike Loreno with the Bar Pilots, and Jimmy Craven with the Crescent City Pilots, and showed them our initial first round downrange of a laid out by John Vickerman and Associates. of, to do barge fleeting and possible midstreaming. We got their comments, took them into consideration. Then we also took their considerations and met with Captain Ron Branch. He's the president of the Louisiana Maritime Association. He's also a board member of the Maritime Navigation Safety Association. Most folks in here might know that as MENSA. He reviewed the port projects. He stated that they looked good as he saw them. He provided us with a step-by-step procedure on how to obtain the permits regarding port facility operations with the Corps of Engineers. So it was a very, very, very good meeting. We continued the meeting with individuals that represent corporations along our port. Met with Gary Voron with Ram Terminals and Greg Lucchese he's the plant manager of Phillips 66. He had quite a team in tow. Told them about the newly formed Port Authority, what our intentions are, our intent on building the port, and also they were very welcome to be in the Ambassador Club, of which they put their arms around. Very good meetings. And lastly, we met with the Executive Director of the Ports Association of Louisiana, Mr. Joe Accardo. Joe is a very well-accomplished fellow in the maritime industry, and he had a lot of good points for us as a new young port in the midst of putting some infrastructure together. So a very good meeting. I had mentioned about I had met with Sheriff Greco last couple of weeks. He and his assistant came into our office, and we talked about how we can leverage our resources, time, and talent and treasure for port security and also the enhancement and general safety of all of Plaquemines Parish. It was a very good meeting. We are going to meet again in a couple of weeks to define some objectives that we can work with. But this was a very good meeting in that both agencies do not have unlimited money. And we have a very, very large task in front of us, and that being the safety and security of the port, whereas the sheriff also has extended with the entire parish. And so by being able to tap into the resources and leverage each other, we're going to be able to fill those gaps, ensure we do not have duplicity of effort, and then where there is a gap, we can assess the risk and do some risk mitigation techniques. We're also beginning to meet with some stevedoring operating groups, introducing them to our project, gaining their interest in being a member of that, which thus far has been very high. And again, it's more of an introduction to this. As time goes on, we will put together a portfolio for them to take a bid on. We continue our initiatives in what we have titled our branding effort of the port. I was going to unveil today a logo that the port staff has come up with, but it was pretty short fuse with the councilmen, so I decided I'm going to hold off on that. And I welcome your comments. Give me a call or emails. Again, we're not in any rush to do this, and we want to make sure that everyone understands what it is that we're doing, why the logo, why the differences. But welcome your comments. And lastly, I am a member in waiting, newly appointed to the West Bank Rail Transit Authority. And our next meeting is scheduled for October 15th. This is going to be a very, very, very important meeting where we are going to ensure that the stakeholders here on a grassroots level are all on the same footing regarding the relocation of the rail. That will ensure the better safety of our citizens up in the Belle Chase area where that rail crosses 200 plus crossings. And then it will also facilitate a faster movement of cargo from our Newport area to places throughout the United States by having this relocation. So it's very important that we all are on the same footing. If for no other reason, when we go for state or federal funding, we all need to make sure that we are all in unison. Subject to your questions, this concludes my report.
Thank you, sir. Any questions? I'm
Thank you.
glad you got the memo on the pink tie.
Yes, sir. I was reminded off.
Repetition is a good thing. Next, we'll move to item 4, bids and advertisements. There are none. Item 5, introduction of ordinances and resolutions. We'll start with District 1. District 2.
A resolution electing Councilmember Stuart Dewey as Plaquemines Port Harbor and Terminal District Chairperson and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. A resolution electing Councilmember Percy P.V. Griffin as Plaquemines Parish Port Harbor and Terminal District Vice Chairperson and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. A resolution appointing the members of the Port Committee of the Plaquemines Parish Council for 2014 pursuant to ordinance number 11-5 and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. That's all, Mr. Chair.
I have 1, an ordinance authorizing the levy and collection of an ad valorem tax of 3 mills on land within the boundaries of the Plaquemines Port Harbor and Terminal District as authorized by Chapter 8 of Title 34 of the Louisiana Revised Statutes of 1950 as amended, and other constitutional and statutory authority as applicable, to be dedicated and used for all lawful purposes by the district, including but not limited to the acquisition of immovable property and the construction of capital improvements and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. I think that's all I have. Any?
I have none, sir.
Mr. Turner, anything?
I have none.
Mr. Edgecombe?
sir.
Ms. Cooper?
I have none.
Thank you. Move to item 6, ordinances and resolutions on second reading and final passage. 6A, an ordinance amending the Plaquemines Port Harbor and Terminal District 2013 operating budget expenditures and revenues for needed upgrades to the Port Vessel Authority 3 and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. I will offer. Seconded by Mr. Marinovich. Mr. Pennison or General Sanders?
This is simply a housekeeping measure to add the grant to the budget.
Correct. We received the grant, and in order to have the money placed in the appropriate place, this is what takes care of that. Any questions? Audience, machine is open. And the ordinance is approved, 8-0. We move to item 6B, an ordinance to fund the classified position of comptroller for the Plaquemines Port Harbor and Terminal District. They have the position advertised and interviews to be held, all pursuant to Civil Service Commission rules and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. I will offer. Seconded by Mr. Marinovich. Again, Mr. Pennison or General Sanders.
John Pennison, Deputy Director, Plaquemines Port Harbor Terminal District. This is a follow-up to the ordinance that was passed under the parish at the last council meeting regarding this position. This actually funds the position under the Port Authority. Currently, as stated in that last meeting, the accounting onus of the port is more than we anticipated. We anticipated that our administrative director would be more involved in the accounting, and as it turns out, the human resource and insurance side of the administration is consuming more of her time. So this is just to increase the personnel in our accounting department, and I'd appreciate your support.
Yes, sir. And I think the growing pains are not over.
That is correct.
And we'll address those as
As
needed.
they come,
Yes, sir.
as needed, yes, sir.
Any questions from the council? Audience? Machine is open. And the ordinance is approved 8-0. We'll move to item 6C, a resolution authorizing and directing the executive director, Mr. Maynard J. Sanders, to submit the names of Maynard J. Sanders and Mr. John Pennison to the Governor's Office of Boards and Commissions for appointment to the Louisiana Board of International Commerce and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. I will offer. Seconded by, I'm going to give it to Mr. Lapine this time. He's getting upset. He's quicker than him. We had our current representative on the Louisiana Board of International Commerce, Mr. Kevin Blondio. His term is due to expire. It has expired. It has expired, and he's not interested in being reappointed. So, in the position that we're in, we felt it'd be best to submit the two names of our two top people on the port. So that's what this resolution reflects. Any questions from the council? Audience? Machine is open. And the resolution is approved 8-0. Item 7, new business. We have nothing. Approval of the minutes, September 26, 2013. I'll make a motion, we approve those minutes. Seconded by Mr. Hinckley. Machine is open. And it is approved. The minutes are approved 8-0. We move to item 2, executive session. Item A, attorney-client discussions regarding acquisition of CLL property. I will offer, ask for a second. Seconded by Mr. Marinovich. We will have a vote on the executive session. Machine is open. And executive session is granted 8-0. For the audience, we'll make this as quick as we can. There's a room on the other side of the library for all of those that need to be in that executive session. We'll go out that door and we'll go through. It is 142. I would ask for a suspension of the rules. Take up an item not on the agenda, to wit, resolution authorizing and directing the Plaquemines Port Harbor and Terminal District Executive Director to provide a deposit from the Port Land Purchase Fund for the acquisition of land owned by Citrus Lands of Louisiana, LLC, pursuant to the contractual conditions contained in the purchase agreement being negotiated between two parties. I'll offer and ask for a second. Seconded by Mr. Marinovich. Over the last, weeks, months, whatever it's been. Oh, yeah, we'll vote on the suspension. Thank you, Byron. And the suspension fails 7-1. We'll move to item 5, introductions. A resolution authorizing and directing the Plaquemines Port Harbor and Terminal District Executive Director to provide a deposit from the Port Land Purchase Fund for the acquisition of land owned by Citrus Lands of Louisiana, LLC, pursuant to the contractual conditions contained in the purchase agreement being negotiated between the parties. That's for suspension. And before we adjourn, I'd like our secretary to call a special port meeting for Monday, October 21st at 5:30 with the backup date of Tuesday, October 22nd at 4:30. Location to be announced, and the only item on the agenda will be the item I introduced. Any other business before the port? There being none, I'll entertain a motion.
Motion to adjourn.
Everybody motions to adjourn, and Mr. Marinovich seconds. Machine is open. We are adjourned at 1:44. Yes.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to our regular scheduled council meeting. We'll open up with a roll call. Let the record reflect that all members are present except Councilman Burris. We'll dispense with the prayer and the pledge of allegiance. We've done this in the port. Let's wear an executive session. We have no proclamations today. Do we have a status report by the parish president's office? We have no parish president. I assume we don't. Bids and advertisements. Ms. Brenda here?
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry, I didn't see you way back there.
I have a resolution authorizing acceptance of bids for furnishing river pump sand for parish-wide use. After due advertisements, bids were received October 1st, 2013 from the following: Leon DePlessis of Belchase, Louisiana, and Naren Enterprises of Buras, Louisiana. It is my recommendation to accept the bid of Leon Duplessis and Sons for the areas north of Murder Grove, including Braithwaite on the east bank, and also accept the bid of Naren Enterprises for the areas south of Murder Grove, including Point Lahash on the east bank.
I will offer and ask for a second. Second by Mr. Griffin. Ms. Brenda, I looked at this already, and I seen that we only had 2 bidders on this anyway.
Yes, sir.
And one of them was only on, Mr. Duplessis bidded on both sides, both ends of the parish, and Narren Enterprises had the lower bid for the lower end.
Correct.
Okay. Do you have any comment or question about these? Mr. Turner?
Split the bid and do the north end to Leon Duplessis, since they are located in the north end, and Naren Enterprises for the south end, because they are located in the south end, instead of
is
having the
split.
truck come all the way from
I'm with you.
Venice to Belchase.
And the bids have been split, obviously.
Yes,
I
sir.
see that here.
Uh-huh.
Okay. Do you have any comment or question about this one? Hearing none, the machine is open. And the bid is accepted, 8-0. Ms. Brenda, the second one?
A resolution authorizing acceptance of bids for furnishing bulk diesel fuel for parish-wide use. After due advertisements, bids were received October 1st, 2013 from the following: Tri-State Oil of Belchase, Louisiana, and Retief Oil and Fuel in Harvey, Louisiana. It is my recommendation to accept the low bid of Retief Oil and Fuel.
I'll offer and ask for a second. Second by Mr. Edgecombe. Okay. Do we have any comment or question about this one? Hearing none, the machine is open. And the bid is accepted, 8-0.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Brenda, for your time. With that, we'll go to beer and liquor licenses.
Y'all have any?
Mr. Griffin,
I have none.
liquor license, none? Dr. Stewart?
I have one.
Oh, I'm sorry, Kurt, go ahead.
Okay. The Belchase Volunteer Fire Department will hold a car show in the Region Banks parking lot on November 2nd from 10 to 3 p.m. Beer will be served at this event, and they are seeking a one-day liquor permit.
I have none.
I have none.
Ms. Cooper? Ms. Lapine, you're offering, I will second. Ms. Lapine? The car show, okay. Do we have any comment or question about this one? Hearing none, the machine is open on the liquor license. TV. And the license granted 8-0. Okay, next we will go to construction permits. I'm going to try to split these as best I can, and I'm going to try to take these in. Mr. Metcalf?
Mr. Chairman, we would, Permit Office would request that you consider 4A3 separately. I have an explanation on that permit.
That's fine.
Thank you.
Okay. I'm going to try to take as many of these in Globo, and if anyone has any objection to these, as I stated earlier, we're not going to do the borrow pit one today. So if anybody has any objection to any of the other ones or wants to separate them, please let me know now.
Mr. Chairman, take out 46.
46?
Yeah,
Mr.
46.
Griffin? Okay. Okay. If anybody else, let me know as I'm going along here. 4A1, Shell Pipeline Company, Diamond, Ports Off on Home Place area, repair cathodic protection platforms and walkways destroyed by Hurricane Isaac. 4A2, Shell Pipeline Company, Breton Sound area, repair existing 20-inch pipeline. 4A5, Shell Pipeline Company, Breton Sound area, Block 49, expose existing 20-inch pipeline to identify a foreign object interfering with cathodic protection. 4A6, Turn Services, LLC. Is that the one you asked about, Mr. Griffin? Okay. I'm sorry. 4A7, Mesa Gulf Coast, LLC, Lake Hermitage Field, prop wash, and install saltwater storage barge. 4A8, Apache Corporation, South Pass 24 Field, install 4-inch flow line. 4A9, Apache Corporation, South Pass 24 Field, wheel wash and work over state lease 1923, number 27D well, and proposed 5 subsequent wheel washing over a 5-year period. 4A10, Hillcore Energy Company, South Pass Oil and Gas Field, installation of a 150-foot by 70-foot platform. 4A11, Lobo Operating Incorporating, Breton Sound area, Block 51 and Main Pass area, revised Block 46, install 3-inch gas lift line. 4A12, Swift Energy Operating LLC, Lake Washington Field, install 6-inch flow line. 4A13, Cox Operating LLC, Quarantine Bay Field, install 3-inch flow lines and 6-inch bulk line. I will offer these and ask for a second. Second by Dr. Gui. Do we have any comment or question about these? Specifically, I'm going to list them again. 4A1, 2, 5, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, and 13. Any comment or question about these?
Mr. Chairman, on many of these, and especially the one that I pulled, 484, when you look at, it doesn't seem like all of the departments have signed off on them. They're lacking the departments signing off on these permits. I don't see the health department, I don't see the land department.
Mr. Metcalf?
Is the permit office here?
I'm sorry, Councilman Turner.
No, what he's asking is, I'm noticing too, I've got 3 pages of approval sheets. We normally have like 6 or 7. Is there any particular reason?
Councilman Chair Mario Arteaga. Since the construction permit department is reporting to the legal department, we had about 10 or 12 different departments that would sign off on this permit. And in order to expedite it, we've cut it back to Albertine, Ken Dugas, and myself, along with Blair Rittner. So when it comes to the health department, I've spoken with Raymond to see exactly what we need to look for in each permit. In addition, I've been calling them each one to see about their wastewater disposal methods. Additionally, who was the other department, Mr. Turner?
Safety.
Safety. Same thing with Larry Gettle to see if they have the information to call before they dig. So I've been personally reviewing each permit, and so we no longer are sending them to Raymond, Larry, and Blair.
In some situations, Blair.
In some situations. But we're getting their oversight, but like I said, they're not signing off anymore. I call them, tell them what I'm looking at, and reviewing each individual permit as well, in order to get some of these expedited.
Go ahead, Mr. Turner.
Mr. Chairman, that is not the process of this government. Mr. Ortega mentioned that they are now supervising the permit department. The legal department is not over the permit department. The legal department and the lead attorney is over the lead attorney is over the legal department. The legal department scrutinizes all other departments and not supervise them. According to our structure and our civil service plan, the permit department is a separate department. Now, there is nothing that prohibits the legal department from scrutinizing the department, but I take offense to the fact that they're now claiming that they're supervising that department. And I ask, by what authority? Our civil service structure have these various departments with department heads, and the lead attorney is not the department head over the permit office. And so for the lead attorney, his office, to take the position that the permit office, who's responsible to this government, no longer has to submit the required paperwork and approvals, I find unacceptable. And these permits require a signature from the Health Department, the Land Department, the various departments. Again, the lead attorney's office is responsible for scrutinizing all of the other departments and not supervising them. And so these permits are not in order unless we get those approvals. The fact that the attorney is saying that he spoke to them, that's fine and dandy, but this needs to be in writing. We are a government of laws, and that is our policy, and we need to follow them.
Mr. Turner, I'm just going to ask you, not taking your comments into question, because I do agree with you. Where does it say that they have to have these things?
This has been our structure. By what, my question then is, by what authority did the legal department have the permit office quit providing this information? The comment was made that the legal department said that they are now supervising the permit office, and I say that is not so. They can scrutinize it, but according to our structure, the legal department is not over prom, it's not over the health department, and it's not over the permitting office.
So should we just dispense with the permit office and y'all can take it over from there, or what? How does this work?
No. Negative.
That's different. He commented, you
That
are
is
the
not-
supervisor,
well,
but you're not in charge of it.
I don't
That's the
think,
question.
I don't think he's saying that, but we are supervising the permit office. We actually, the legal department actually supervises every department.
Negative. They
I think you
scrutinize every
oversee
department.
and scrutinize, correct?
No, they comment, they scrutinize.
No, we're supervised.
Well, Mr. Chairman, our structure, we have various departments with superintendents and supervisors over those departments, and in none of those departments declares, and according to civil service, that the legal department is over any of those departments. Can anybody show me in our org chart, and we have it, where the legal department is now over any department other than the attorneys?
They all report to administration. Administration controls that operation. That's part of it.
The parish president is over all departments. Permit office falls under Mr. Lott. That's his head. Mr. Lott is the director over the permit office, not the lead attorney. If you can show me a different structure according to our civil service plan, I'd like to see it.
I disagree with you, Mr. Turner.
Does that exist?
I disagree with you.
My question is, according to our civil service structure, is the legal department over the permit office?
I disagree with any of your positions with regarding this issue.
I'm gonna stop you right now. What I'm gonna do right now is, I disagree with you, Mr. Palazzo. At this time, I'm gonna defer all the permits. When you can get us the information, I have no problem with you overlooking or supervising, and I understand Mr. Turner's point, and I agree with him. But the thing is, when you're gonna sit here and tell me that we're not gonna consult with the Safety or Health Department, and you're going to determine the safety and health of flow lines, ammonia plants, and everything else, I have a problem with this.
That's not what we said, Mr. Marinovich.
There's no supervision here. I have no letters from Safety or Health on any of these permits. I just reviewed them.
That's not what we said, though, Mr. Marinovich.
That's what I'm saying. No, I've got one I'm gonna do before this one.
We should go ahead and approve them all.
If you want to. Let's do this, y'all. I've got two things I'm gonna move to first. We're gonna pass over these for right now. I'm gonna move to 6II first. Specifically, an ordinance terminating the state of emergency declared by Parish President William Billy Nungesser on August 26, 2012, relative to Hurricane Isaac, authorizing and directing the council secretary to file this ordinance with the Plaquemines Parish Clerk of Court and State Emergency Preparedness Office, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. I will offer and ask for a second. Seconded by Mr. Lapine. We have been told for quite some time by various members of the administration, I'm not going to call anybody by name, from the top to the bottom, and giving this wink-wink attitude. And we've been told that we cannot pull a state of emergency by any ways, means necessary, okay? I was very humbled and honored by this council to be elected chairman, and I feel not to be in charge of, but actually be a servant of the other council members. And I don't know if I've been actually diligent in my duties in checking on some of these things. I've taken them at face value from administration. So what I did yesterday is I made a call to the governor's office, specifically GOSAP and a man by the name of James Clark, who is the Executive Office of Operations for Disaster Recovery Division. And I spoke to him and I asked him what parishes in the state were under state of emergency. I asked him if it would jeopardize any funding that we have received for Isaac, any money that we may have in arbitration or litigation at this time, or any future monies that we may have, or any discussion of any monies we may have. And I was told absolutely not. I asked if I could use his name in this meeting, and he said yes. If anybody in this room has any question about it, I have his cell number and his office number. I was told that that was a blatant, disingenuous fact that was given to us that this would jeopardize any FEMA monies. So I made a secondary call just to make sure. There's one other parish in the state that is under state of emergency right now. It is St. John the Baptist Parish. I'm very good friends with Miss Natalie Rowbottom, who is the parish president over there. I called her yesterday evening. She spoke to me. We spoke briefly. I told her what I was looking for. She called me back within a few minutes to let me know that, you know, I said, play devil's advocate with me, Miss Natalie, if you would. I said, I'm going to be your council chairman in St. John. Argue with me and tell me why I should not pull your state of emergency. She says, well, Byron, why would you? She said, it expires in 2 weeks. I said, what are you talking about, Miss Natalie? She said, no, what are you talking about? I said, you talking about Tropical Storm Karen. She said, well, yeah, well, what else is there? I said, I'm talking about Tropical Storm Isaac. At which point I was very embarrassed when she laughed on the phone at me. She said, you're not going to tell me y'all are still under a state of emergency for Hurricane Isaac. I said, yes, ma'am, we have. And I'll sit here and tell everybody in this room that I have, except for maybe 2.5 months, this entire council and this parish has been under some form of state of emergency since day one that I've been on this council, and actually previously before then, since Mr. Nungas has been in office. And we obviously all know the reasons why. There's been many contracts and things that have been signed throughout that have never gone before this council. You want an example, Mr. Palazzo, because you'd asked me about this before? I'm going to ask you about this grass cutting contract. Dr. Gui checked on it this week. Mr. Edgecombe checked on it this week. It was supposed to come back before this council. We've got probably illegal immigrants sitting on the side of the road now cutting grass with no signs, no weed eating, or nothing else. It was supposed to come back before this council, and it did not, and that is typical of the way this administration operates. So at this time, I'm going to ask this council to vote their conscience, and let's have government like we're supposed to have, with a council and an administration, and not a dictatorship that we've been running for the past 6 years. I've had quite enough of it. Any comment or question? Dr. Gui?
I think it's important that you repeat what your initial comments were about funding. Please repeat that, because I think that is the crux of the issue right there.
Yes, sir. It's been told to all of us and explained to all of us from people in finance, from the administration, from the legal department, everyone else has pretty much explained to us that we would endanger our funding that we've received, funding that we might be in arbitration or negotiations or litigation with, or any future funding. Also, we were told that this might affect our what they call a 90-10 split, 90% federal share, 10% local share, or 75% federal share, or 10% local share. 25, local share. And the difference of which one they may accept. You know, and actually we want the 90-10. But I was told by Mr. Clark that that is absolutely not true. We do not have to be under state of emergency. As long as the state of Louisiana is under state of emergency, which they will continue to be, I was assured by GOSAP, they will continue to be, to make sure that the funds are allotted to the parishes. And right now they're really worried about Plaquemines and St. John, to be honest with you, that there is no reason to have any state of emergency. I talked to Miss Natalie. She said she hasn't had any problem because everything she has goes before the council. I'm finding out about contracts and stuff secondhand. There's contracts being let without coming back to this council. And frankly, I've had just about enough of it. And I think we need to call an end to it today. This has been 6 years of this, and it's been 6 years too long. Do you have any comment or question about this? Anyone? Hearing none, the machine is open. And the state of emergency has ended 8-0. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Dr. Gui, you want to move to item 6Q, sir? And that should settle our questions about this, how it turns out, correct? That was settled. That's what I'm saying, yeah. Okay, 6Q, ladies and gentlemen, an ordinance authorizing and directing the permit department with the consent of the parish attorney's office to approve all gas and mineral permits not expressly delegated to the council pursuant to Article 4, Section 401A, 18 and 19, which only requires council approval for geophysical and geological surveys, exploration for minerals, and for the transportation of all gas and other minerals within the parish, including all dredge and fill uses associated therewith, and all other associated uses, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Dr. Gui, you're offering. Do we have a second? Seconded by Mr. Hinckley. Dr. Gui?
Yeah, I just thought it'd be appropriate with the discussion we had previous to the last discussion, that we bring this to a head, whether we vote on it or not. We'll see how the discussion goes. But I would request that we have our parish attorney, Mr. Palazzo, and our council attorney, Mr. Rathburn, to give us their views on the provisions of the charter as they relate to permits. And as this says, it's, the permit department still issues the permits, but the legal department oversees and gives consent, which I think is not really a change in policy, so to speak. And I would like that to be a very productive discussion in light of the, some of the comments that were made earlier. We really need to get down to the facts and come to some consensus, because this is just bogging us down. We have enough stuff bogging us down. We don't need a simple thing like this to bog us down. So I guess, Mr. Palazzo, if you could start.
Dr. Gui, I'd be happy to address everybody. It's coming up on my one-year anniversary of being appointed the parish attorney. And through that experience initially, we had, as the parish attorney, we deal with majority of all, well, we deal with all the legal issues, which are vast. But we've been asked, as the parish attorney, to deal with a whole slew of other issues. So we wear many hats in the parish attorney's department, too many. But we do it, and I think we do a very good job, what we do. During that early period of time, and throughout most of my tenure as the attorney, parish attorney, I kept hearing complaints from some of the members of the council about why are we dealing with these construction permits? Why are we dealing with repair work? Why do we have to approve this? Why do we have to approve this? And quite frankly, I didn't pay much attention to it because that wasn't under the legal department. Approximately 30 days ago, give or take, Mr. Nungesser asked the legal department to oversee the permit department and the zoning department. And, you know, as the attorney, I felt that that was an appropriate fit because, you know, when you're dealing with permits, you're dealing with zoning, you're also dealing with the law, legal issues. So we took on that additional responsibility. During that particular time, there were some issues coming up with regarding construction permits again. And I had no idea what they were actually talking about other than complaints of why are we doing these construction permits. So I had a meeting with Mike Metcalf, who is the head of our permit department, and asked Mike and my legal team, we sat down and asked Mike to spend some time and talk to me and explain to me what these so-called construction permits are. Mike, the first thing out of Mike's mouth was, Leo, there's a misconception of the verbiage of construction permits, because it's not what a lot of people think, that they're actually going out there building things, constructing things. And he actually talked about, we might even want to change the name of that title to stop some of the confusion. And he talked to me, he shared with me, he said, a lot of this stuff, you know, I don't know why, it's just been routine that we send it to the permit, we send it to the board to look at and review. I don't know why it's necessary for them to do it, but it's just been done. So then we spent some time and we looked up in our magic book, which is called our charter. And our charter talks about what the council, and I sent letters to all the council members too regarding this issue, regarding what the council, the type of permits, the type of construction permits that the council should be reviewing. And it was our legal opinion, based on consensus, because that's how I operate the legal department, and Mike's, the permit department, that the council should maintain doing, reviewing and granting the permits for, as the charter says, quote unquote, explorations of minerals on the lands owned by the parish, regarding the exploration, transportation of oil and other minerals within the parish. So he said, that's fine and dandy. That's what the council should be. That's what the charter says. That's what the council should be presented with the permit department, and they should be approving. All this other minutia that comes across their desk and comes across the permit desk with going out there and dropping a piling here, making a repair to a wharf here, and this and that and this and that, is absolutely a complete waste of time, a waste of paper, a waste of energy. We got to make multiple copies for every one of them, and it's ridiculous, and it's not mandated in our charter. So we took the position, and we discussed it with the parish council's individual attorney, and it was his recommendation that we should do this in an ordinance form. So we drafted an ordinance, giving it to the council for them to acknowledge, hey, charter says this is what we'll do. Let the permit department handle those other issues. So let me explain something to you too, because a lot of people don't know what this entails. What's it all about? I found it was very interesting. What happens is somebody will come up and say, look, I need to repair a wharf. I need to go out there and do a walkway because the salt water eroded the walkway and it's cracking. So I got to go to the permits office and fill out this long permit. Then I got to get it processed and have it all approved by the council. And what are we actually doing? What we're doing is, because the way the process works is, before that company can get this permit from the parish, they have to go to the Corps of Engineers. And the Corps of Engineers gives them a letter of approval. Then, if it involves anything dealing with the natural resources, they have to go get an approval from the Department of Natural Resources. If it involves anything that has to do with transportation, they have to go to DOTD to get an approval for transportation. This has to be done before they even bring it to our permit office. Now, what do we do when it comes to the permit office? We check off that the Corps of Engineers approved it. We check off that the Department of Natural Resources approved it. We check off DOTD approved it. We check off anybody that had to prove it is checked off. We give those check-offs, we make multiple copies of that, and we give it to the council so that they can peruse through it and check off that it's already been checked off. And to me, that is a complete waste of time, money, and not mandated by our charter. So, in an effort, based on what we heard from the council, that, hey, you hit us with these 20, 15, 30 different types of permits, we have taken over the role to sit there, review them, to talk to the people, and make sure that everything's in order, double check it, so that we can speed up the process, save a lot of time, money to do this. In addition, I had a conversation with Mr. Marinovich, and he told me, he said, Leo, one of the issues that we have, and one of the things that I try to do as their attorney, your attorney, the administration's attorney, is to listen to what the needs are, and to try to find out, as a lawyer, try to find out a solution. I'm a problem solver. Mr. Marinovich says, okay, Leo, we're still getting what we're told in the charter. I said, we're not usurping anybody's power here. You're absolutely going to get what's mandated in the charter. He told me, we have a problem, Leo, that the permit department is sending this stuff the day before these council meetings. And we're rushing to sit there and try to review these things. Immediately, when he told me that, I meet with Mike Metcalf and tell Mr. Metcalf, when those permits are approved, ordered, they go out immediately. We're shooting for the Friday before the council meeting so they can have it almost a week in advance for them to review. Mr. Marinovich told me another issue, which was a legitimate concern of his, that some of these companies are taking these marsh buggies and they're running through our coastline and they're destroying our property. And he would ask that if possible, instead of using marsh buggies, maybe we can use airboats. I relayed that information immediately to Mike Metcalf. They have a process now where if somebody comes in and says marsh buggy, we look at them and say, hey guys, that's a nice idea. Can you do an airboat? Can you do an airboat? Because we don't want this thing to sit there and stall or have to be delayed. Go back, redesign it, and use airboats. So what we're trying to do, again, is simplify it, expedite it, so it benefits everybody.
Thank you, Mr. Palazzo. Mr. Hinckley, I think you had a comment for us, sir?
And I guess I would ask the, I'm sorry, was I?
Go ahead, Mr. Rathburn. You go first, and then I'll let Keith speak.
Okay, I apologize. There are two questions at issue here. One is, Mr. Palazzo spent a lot of time about the practical and efficient way of conducting government business. I'm going to focus on the legal aspect of it because for me that's much more important in the sense of the charter. I do have a disagreement with Mr. Palazzo in the way that the charter is being interpreted by his legal team. And that is because Mr. Palazzo's statement is basically, if it's not expressly a power stated in the charter for the council, by default it goes to the administration.
Sure.
And that's what he is saying. Well, there's some specific mandates as to when permits are to be granted by the council, and in absence of those, according to the argument that Mr. Palazzo is setting forth, it falls to the administration, and that's just inaccurate. That is not how the charter should be, and case law will support me as it is interpreted. In fact, it's just the opposite. The powers for legislation and representation of this government fall to the council. The president has the limited duty to try to manage and run his administration. And I would also note that Mr. Palazzo read out one of the subsections of legislative powers, and that had to do with oil and gas and mineral interests. But also subpart 21 says that, and this falls within the legislative powers of the council, adopt building, electrical, technical, and other codes and require permits, licenses, or other authorizations required by law or by ordinance, et cetera, and it goes on. In short, what is contemplated is whatever permits that the council determines in its role as the governing power of Plaquemines Parish government, it passes those and requires those permits, and it can also dictate by ordinance, not the parish president, but the council can dictate by ordinance how those permits are reviewed, who approves them. If the council chooses to have Mr. Palazzo alone approve permits, it could do so. That power is not vested in the administration, and just because there is a statement regarding granting and requiring another subpart that Mr. Palazzo was speaking from for review by for the council does not exclude the council from having the power to choose which permits it will review and which it will delegate to, whether it's Mr. Metcalf in permits or Mr. Palazzo's legal department. That is all within the purview of the council and not the administration.
Dr. Gui, you have a response to that one?
Just to that, has anyone done any research to find as to whether or not this council or the commission council or any previous governmental bodies have in fact adopted policies regarding permits that are written policies just to reinforce what you said about the section of our duties as governing authority to set those policies. Has that ever been done?
Dr. Gouy, that's really the crux of the matter. I actually asked the secretary, and I got with one of the councilmen to ask one of the former secretaries for the council, because as you know, not all of our ordinances and resolutions have made its way to being in a data software where we can retrieve all that. The short answer is, I was unable to personally find, but I didn't review all of the ordinances and all of the resolutions over the last 20 years. I do know what the practice is just like the rest of us do, including the administration, as to how it has been occurring. Whether that was a result of a written ordinance or resolution, although it's a great question, I simply can't give you that answer.
At this time, give me 1 second, Mr. Hunter, because I'll have something. Mr. Hinckley, I'd like to ask Mr. Hinckley, you had a question or comment first?
I just want to make a comment, because I was one of the advocates of saying, let the permit department handle this. Then all of a sudden it became the legal department. It's safety and permits. And all of a sudden here today, and this is what was posed to me, is that, well, all of a sudden here the administration is going to handle this. Are we sure that they're going to do the job right? Well, I'd say, you know, it is to your best interest in the administration to do the job right, but all of a sudden here today, I find, personally, I was disappointed in what happened today with the one permit. When all of a sudden we went down from 6 surveys to 3 surveys. Just took it upon yourself to say we don't need certain departments to go out and investigate this.
That's not what we're saying.
That's what you said earlier.
No, Keith, that's not what we're saying.
Leo, let him finish.
That's what happened.
No, that's not what happened, Keith.
Well, you make a phone call. Is this okay?
We verify everything.
Okay.
That's what we do.
You want to mention DOTD, the state, the Corps, and then you just want to rubber stamp what they say is right.
No, that's
But
what you do, Keith.
They don't.
That's
okay.
what you do, Keith.
It's not a rubber stamp, but you still need to go through the process locally
We all
to make sure. Obviously, it didn't sound like it to me.
Well, and I apologize for if I misspoke, but we are verifying everything, Keith. That's what we're doing. This is not. Hey, Leo Palazzo trying to shine. Trust me, I don't need this, Keith. Keith, I don't need it.
Leo, it's above you. Okay. I know that. Okay, it's not Leo Palazzo.
Well,
okay.
I think.
But here's the thing.
It's above us all, Keith, because what it's about is doing what I think is what should be done, and I think you do too.
Okay.
But I tell you, when you sit there now, you're starting to attack the legal
department. No, I'm not
department.
attacking you. I'm just saying that all of a sudden it was the safety and permits department. Then it went from the safety.
But it still is, Keith. That's
Okay.
the misunderstanding. They're doing their job, and instead of it going up to you guys, I'm just quickly reviewing it.
Okay, go ahead.
That's all.
Finished? First of all, I went to the same high school you did, and I didn't go to law school, unfortunately. But I don't remember being a health or safety expert in high school. Were you taught that in law school? Because I see health and safety.
Byron, let's don't play games. Byron, let's don't play games.
Excuse me, I'm not playing games.
Well, let's don't play games.
Leo,
You're on TV, Byron. Don't embarrass yourself.
Are you finished?
All right, let's don't play games.
Are you finished, Mr. President?
Okay. So you keep playing games,
Are
Byron.
you finished?
You know?
Are you finished?
I don't appreciate what the verbiage you're using to me, and nor do I appreciate what you
Are
just
you
said.
finished?
Mr. Chairman, I withdraw the ordinance. Getting out of here.
Thank you, sir. The permits, I'm going to make one final comment on. At this time, I'm going to defer them because I've noticed we have nothing from health and safety on here. You've taken it upon yourself to just not even consult with these people. And also, to speak specifically on one of them, 482 is Shell Pipeline Company, which is repairing an existing 20-inch pipeline, which is used for transportation of oil, which is directly given to the council for their approval only, not to legal, administration, or anyone else. If you to try to take this and usurp these powers for yourself, I find appalling.
Point of order. Let's move.
Is it possible for us to add these, if we get these final approvals from the other departments, and add the permits to the special meeting we might have? Would you take note of that, Ms. Camden, if we can get, then we'll call it? Well, then we can call a special council meeting if necessary. Thank you, Dr. Goury.
Oh, no. Mr. Chairman, my concern with that is, one, the permit for the borrow pit is in there, and that's going to be held at a special meeting, and I don't know if you're going to have
We're
the
not going to
same.
hold that one at a special meeting.
Okay, because most of these people on the back row are here for that.
We're looking at the permits specifically.
The borrow
if we
pit
do
for
the
the-
special, if we do a special meeting, I would not do it for the borrow pit because I know a lot of people have some concerns, pro and con for the pit, and I think it'd be disingenuous then to try to pull that. So what we're gonna do is, I'm talking about these pipeline permits now, which may be immediate needs for them, okay? Okay, at this time, we're gonna go to introduction of ordinances and resolutions. We'll give that to PV, I don't want it.
You ready? I have an ordinance to amend the 5-year capital improvement plan for the improvement of Breakway Auditorium project and otherwise to provide respect thereto. In order to amend the 5-year capital improvement plan for the Port East electrical and Port East replacement cement walkway project and otherwise to provide respect thereto. In order to amend the 5-year capital improvement plan by transferring $1.3 million from the new courthouse project to the government complex council building project, authorizing Parish President Billy Nungesser to hire a firm to engineer, design, and construct the government complex council building project, and otherwise to provide respect thereto. Okay, that's it.
Resolution to amend and is amended to appoint the members of the Regional Planning Commission from Plaquemines Parish for 2014 and otherwise provide with respect thereto. An ordinance to amend the 5-year capital improvements plan for the Epsilon Extension Beta Street to Culvert Road project and otherwise provide with respect thereto. That's all, Mr. Chair.
Dr. Goury?
I have one, an ordinance to amend the 5-year capital improvements plan for the Highway 23 Belchase Turn Lanes project and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. And then I have two that I will introduce on behalf of Mr. Burris. A resolution to elect Kirk Lapine as the chairman of the Plaquemines Parish Council and to fix the term of office, otherwise to provide with respect thereto. And a resolution to elect Councilmember Jeff Edgecombe as the vice chairman of the Plaquemines Parish Council to fix the term of office and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Those are for Mr. Burris, Campbell.
Okay, I've got several here. An ordinance to amend the 2013 operating expenditure budget, various funds, various departments, various line items for preparation efforts due to Tropical Storm Karen, and otherwise to provide respect thereto. An ordinance to amend the 5-year capital improvements plan for the communication disaster upgrade project, and otherwise to provide respect thereto. A resolution authorizing the parish president, William Billy Nungesser, to prepare and execute those documents and agreements required in the submission of the application for funding of Plaquemines Parish Hurricane Isaac Recovery Plan, to enter into and execute a cooperative endeavor agreement between Plaquemines Parish Government and the State of Louisiana, a Division of Administration, Office of Community Development, and to sign all documents and act on behalf of Plaquemines Parish in all matters pertaining to the Hurricane Isaac Community Recovery Program and otherwise provide respect thereto. An ordinance appropriating the sum of $100,000 to grant to CDM Smith to assist Plaquemines Parish Government in completing agency technical review with the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers for the Baptiste Collette Navigation Channel Section 203 study and otherwise provide respect thereto. A resolution authorizing Councilmember Percy P.V. Griffin to work in conjunction with the organization called People Progress Plaquemines, United States Army Corps of Engineers and FEMA on a multi-purpose path on the East Bank Mississippi River levee and otherwise to provide respect thereto. An ordinance approving, Mr. Hinckley, look at this one. An ordinance by the Plaquemines Parish Council as on behalf of the Bureau's Levee District to appropriate perpetual flood protection easements and perpetual road easements in certain portions of lands in Plaquemines Parish, Louisiana, to construct contract P14A of the New Orleans to Venice Hurricane Protection Project, Bureau's Levee District, West Bank River Levee, emergency levee repairs in Plaquemines Parish, Louisiana for levee, drainage, flood, and hurricane protection purposes, and otherwise to provide respect thereto. An ordinance by the Plaquemines Parish Council as on behalf of the Coastal Protection and Restoration Authority Board of Louisiana, the West Bank Levy District, Plaquemines Parish, and Plaquemines Parish Government to appropriate perpetual flood protection levy and flood wall easements, temporary work area easements, and temporary road easements in certain portions of lands in Plaquemines Parish, Louisiana, to construct the West Bank and vicinity, Mississippi River levy, Mississippi River and tributaries, hurricane and storm damage risk reduction systems, resilient features, Belle Chase to Oak Point, WBV-MRL 3.2 baseline stations, 324 plus 00 to 443 plus 00, Plaquemines Parish, Louisiana project for Mississippi River levee, flood, and hurricane protection purposes, and otherwise to provide respect thereto. And that's all I have.
I'm going to go ahead and introduce this.
Ms. Hickey, you have one more for us, sir?
You're right. An ordinance approving a plan of re-subdivision of the property of Burmaster Land and Development Company, Plaquemines Parish, Louisiana, is shown on a map of re-subdivision, Track A, Burmaster Land and Development Company, into Tracks A1 and A2, Belle Chase, Louisiana, by Hugh McCurdy III, PLS, dated June 18, 2013. The owners having fulfilled all of the requirements of the subdivision and re-subdivision ordinance of Plaquemines Parish without cost to the Plaquemines Parish government or the parish of Plaquemines.
That's all, Mr. Hinckley? Thank you. Mr. Turner?
I have three. A resolution directing administration via its grant writer, Benny Puckett, to submit a plan to OCD, Office of Community Development, for the use of $16,953,000 for recovery needs in Plaquemines Parish relative to the input received during community hearings and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. A resolution directing the parish administration via its grant writer, Benny Puckett, to submit a plan to GOSEP for the use of $12 million for recovery needs in Plaquemines Parish relative to the input received during community hearings and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Stand by one, Mr. Chairman, I'm missing one. An ordinance to rescind, annul, and set aside ordinance number 13-2-212 adopted on September 12, 2013, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. That's all I'm going to have, Mr. Chairman.
Ms. Cooper said she didn't have any either.
Yes, item seven, oh, you wanted to permit the borrow pit. It's O? O? Is it O?
Okay, with that, we're going to move to item 6O, an ordinance to establish a moratorium prohibiting the receipt of any permit application and/or the issuance of any permit from any new borrow pit operator for the construction of any borrow pit or any other pits or the extraction of dirt, soils, clay, sand, gravel, or earth within the boundaries of the parish of Plaquemines and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. I'll offer and ask for a second. I'll ask for a second by Mr. Turner. We've been provided this legislation. I'm actually pretty torn on it. I don't want to say a lot about it, but I feel if somebody can go through the proper permitting process, they should be allowed the right to. I feel this is getting to be a little bit protectionist and bordering on possibly illegal. So I have a little problem with it myself, but different people feel different ways. Mr. Turner?
Mr. Chairman, did you read it with any changes or the way it was initially
This is what I have in front of me. I can read the whole thing if you want me to. To repeat, an ordinance to establish a moratorium prohibiting the receipt of any permit application and or issuance of any permit from any new borrow pit operator for the construction of any borrow pit or any other pits or the extraction of dirt, soil, clay, sand, gravel, or earth within the boundaries of the parish of Plaquemines. It says provisions of Article 6, Sections 4, 5, and 6 of 1974 Louisiana Constitution establish the right of Plaquemines Parish government operating under Home Rule Charter to enact codes for construction and zoning. The really thing anything's going to apply is going to say, whereas the materials located already permitted or contemplated permitted borrow pits fulfill the needs of existing federal and non-federal levee projects, which I'm not quite sure is true. A moratorium, also under Section 1, it says a moratorium is established prohibiting the receipt of any permit application and or the issuance of any permit from any new borrow pit operator for the construction of such pits. And that's it, that's only, real
Mr.
meat.
Chairman, I'm going to ask if you would offer it with a change, and just glance at it a second. I'll slide it over to you. And the only change I'm asking for is on line 2, where it says from any new borrow pit operators. Just let it apply to everybody, and just scratch that piece.
Mr. Chair?
In the preamble.
So you want to scratch from any new bar pit operator? Where am I going here?
Wait. Okay,
Section 1.
Here's the deal. You can change this, but preambles don't matter anyway, but you can't change that because that's how it was advertised. If you change this, but you can change this, and this is the meat of the matter anyway.
So he can change this one.
You can't, if you choose to, you can change this part, because this isn't the law anyway, this is just the introduction.
That's the preamble.
If you ever change this, you gotta re-advertise it, you don't want to do that.
Okay. Okay.
And it says, right here, this is just new permit, scratch any new borrow pit operator.
Any new bar pit operator. That's it.
Because that way it apply to everybody.
Which one will be second?
Mr. Chairman, I'll remove my second to allow those changes.
Okay, we got the changes that we're going to mark right here, gentlemen, ladies, if you would note. It's on the third whereas, where it's listed as "are contemplated permitted." Scratch those 3 words. It's on the third whereas paragraph. "Are contemplated permitted" will be scratched. And move to section 1, the second sentence where it says "any new borrow pit operator." We're going to scratch those words. To section 1, second sentence, "any new borrow pit operator." And with that, I'm going to offer and ask for a second. Do I have a second?
I second it, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Turner. I've made my comments on this. Does anyone else wish to speak?
Yes, I do, Mr. Chairman. The reason I asked you for the change, Mr. Chairman, is that if we're going to have a moratorium, then it needs to apply to everyone. And if an organization has not received a permit, if we have not approved a permit, then the moratorium needs to apply to all. And that's why I'm asking that you remove where it would just apply to any new borrow pits. We wanted to apply to all borrow pits until we reach a decision on the legislation, the new proposal. And Mr. Chairman, also, the purpose of the moratorium is so we can reevaluate what our needs are. If you remember, a compromise was offered on the borrow pit ordinance, which allowed the backfilling or not having to have to backfill in the citrus land area, whereby if you lived in Boothville, Venice, or if you live in Port Sulphur, you would have to backfill. That's not fair. We've made an exception to the citrus land area, stating that it was stated that we needed the dirt. Well, I think we have evidence that there's enough dirt available, and under the current ordinance, if we don't make an adjustment, and we need time to make the adjustment, that's the purpose of the moratorium. If we don't make that adjustment, then it's very possible that we can have far more holes throughout the area than what we really need. And the borrow pit that was proposed for the Ironton area, you know, that's another hole that's going to be put in place when the core, there's evidence that there's already enough dirt. And so, again, the whole big issue about the backfill ordinance, the borrow pit ordinance, was backfill. If we've met that requirement, or if we're not sure, well, if we've met that requirement, then we need to readjust our ordinance and redefine the areas. And in order to do that, we need to have a moratorium in place until we do that evaluation.
Thank you, Mr. Turner. Ms. Mamie, name and address for the record.
Yes. My name is Hong Wen Musselman. I have a business in Myrtle Grove, which is ocean fresh seafood. I am here because I have had the chance to do the research on the supply and the demand of clay. And I heard that we're not sure whether we have enough clay or not. And what I did was that, first of all, I got an email from Miss Julie LeBlanc from the Corps of Engineers. She is the senior project manager, and in her email addressed to Mr. Blair Rittner, she said that for both the non-federal and federal levies, the parish needs between 35 to 39 million cubic yards of loose clay material. And after that, once I know the demand, I went to the permit office and got the form to apply for a copy of these borrow pit permits. And based on this application, I was able to prepare a table that indicate that the amount of clay that's available in the parish right now. The permit office already approved 7 permits in Plaquemines Parish. And those are, I'm sure that you're familiar with it. It's Idlewild Phase 1, Idlewild Phase 2, Narren Borrow Pit, Woodland South Borrow Pit, Myrtle Grove Borrow Pit, Plaquemines Dirt and Clay, Scarsdale Borrow Pit. And based on the permit application, the applicant usually have to indicate how much clay can be extracted from the pit and the depth of excavation. And based on those permit application, we already have 47 million cubic yards of clay. And please keep in mind that the demand is 35 to 39 million cubic yards of clay. And the ordinance does allow the pit to go down to 35 feet below ground. And if these pits go down to 35 feet, the demand now becomes 32 million cubic yards. The Corps of Engineers has approved 9 pits in Plaquemines Parish, and 7 of these pits were approved. The 2 other pits are ConocoPhillips and Myers. They have not applied for a permit yet. And the capacity of these 2 pits are 19.6 million cubic yards. If they go down to 20 feet, and it would be 33 million cubic yards if they go down to 35 feet. And these numbers were derived from the area that we got from the borrow pit, the area multiplied by the depth, minus the area that we lose due to 1 to 3 slope. And if you were to add these 2 numbers, that the 9 pits that the Corps had approved, we have between 66 to 96 million cubic yards. So that's almost 3 times the amount of clay that the parish needs. And these numbers are taken from the permit application themselves and from the letter that Ms. Julie LeBlanc sent to Mr. Blair. So anyway, because of that, I understand that if the parish has enough supply, then we don't need any more holes in the parish. And I also hear that from other people in the parish, saying that if we have enough clay, then we don't need more holes in the parish.
Ms. Nguyen.
Yes. Yes, sir.
Can you explain the highlights of this spreadsheet? Yes.
Yes. I'm sorry, what do you mean by the highlights of this spreadsheet?
Here it talks about the amount of clay that's needed, just so we would understand what we're looking at.
All right. So the total amount of clay that can be extracted from the 9 pits that the Corps had approved, if it is at about 20 feet deep, then we have 66.5 million cubic yards.
I'm not seeing it. Is that
it is
the
on the
62?
second page, sir. It's on the second page, kind of the middle of the second page.
Got it, okay.
And then if the excavation is at 35 feet, then we got 95.8 million cubic yards. The exception is Scarsdale. Scarsdale is the only pit that says it will go down to 60 feet. So the rest of them are between minus 20 and minus 35. And when I mention the higher number, that's when all the pits go down to 35 feet, so that all the pits are not going to just have shallow holes and end up with more holes in the parish. So if we go down deep, we don't have to dig as many holes to get the supply of clay that we need.
So the issue is, what I'm understanding is, based on what we have already approved, and the information that we're looking at,
Yes, sir.
that's based on, you've extracted this data from our current permits.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and so going down to 35 feet, they can be as much as 95 million
No,
cubic.
sir. The one that were permitted already, if we go down to 35 feet, we get 62 millions. And then if you were to
62.
add ConocoPhillips and Myers, which are
I
the
see
two
it.
pits that have not been applied for permit yet that I understand, then you can add another 33.5 million.
So
That
just-
will bring the number up to 96 millions if all the pits go down to 35 feet,
So,
and except for Scottsdale.
so just on page 1, at the bottom of page 1, that
Mhm.
has already been approved by this parish, and that's the 62 million.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so we've already approved the 62 million. And the reason I want to bring this up is because, again, we did the compromise on a borrow pit was because we felt we needed all of that area, the citrus land area, to accommodate the levee project. Now, if we're finding out that we exceed that amount, then we need to reevaluate our ordinance and look at the boundaries as to how much expansion we want to allow. If we're not willing to do that, then I feel that we have defrauded all of those who are south of the citrus land levees or the citrus land properties. Because if we're not going to make these adjustments and we're only going to exclude citrus lands from having to have to backfill, then we have done an injustice to those who want to establish a borrow pit in Boothville, Beerus, Triumph, Empire, Port Sulphur. And so it is time that we reevaluate our ordinance, especially looking at the exceptions that we have put in place. Those boundaries will probably change. To just automatically continue without the moratorium, and we're only allowing it to continue in the citrus land areas, then we're not being fair, we're not being equal. We can no longer say to the people in Beerus and Port Sulphur that we had to do it just in that area because we needed the dirt. That is no longer true.
I'd like to make just 3 comments here. One being, I also note that this is a total number of yardage moved, but I do know that you're not able to use 100% of this dirt. Am I correct?
We should be able to use 100% of the dirt because
so 100%
the way.
is coming out is clay?
Yes, because this is what happened. This is the process, because we have done that before. Before the Corps approved our pit, we will have to do the soil borings. And after the soil boring, we have to send it to the lab, and the lab will just determine how much clay it has. It would classify the dirt CH, CL, or ML.
So not trying to cut you short, but these numbers you're giving us is for clay only. This is not for total dirt fall.
The clay,
These numbers you're giving us is for clay.
for clay or
Clay
dirt,
composite for the levee. This is dirt for the levee only. It's
So-
a suitable material for the levee. All of
yes,
this.
suitable material for the levee. I'm sorry I did not
No, that's
understand
fine.
you, because sometimes people use dirt, sometimes they use
Correct.
clay. But all these material are suitable
suitable material.
for levee.
Yes, ma'am, I
That's
understand.
why the Corps approved these 9 pits.
The only other point I might try to make too is I don't know that we have some fairly preliminary numbers from the Corps, but these numbers seem to be moving around a good bit, and I don't know that we're going to be having a final number. That's my only concern with this right now.
Yes,
Mr. Chairman, the number one
And
would
also the price of dirt. It's a competition issue also.
All right, and may I address it later?
Mr. Chairman, the ruling that they're looking at, I think everybody has signed off except one group. that would allow us to use this new standard or the old standard, which will allow us to build the levees below Lake Hermitage. That requirement was based on the 39. There was also another number that was thrown out there, was 52. So 52 is on the extreme high side, and yet even on the extreme high side, we're covered. So with a margin of 12 million. And so I don't think we can hold the argument that we don't know if we're going to fall short. I think the data has already been provided.
Yes, actually, the email from Miss Julie LeBlanc to Mr. Blair Rittner was the latest one, because I understand that this issue came up whether there is enough clay or not enough clay. And I understand that Mr. Nungesser had asked Mr. Blair to check with the Corps to see what the demand is. And as a result of Mr. Blair checking with Ms. LeBlanc, she sent Mr. Blair this email. So this is the latest number. And if you were to read her email, she's very confident that the number is 35 to 39 million cubic yards. And she even emphasized it's loose material. And another issue is that of the 7 pits that were approved for permit, 4 of them belongs to an investment group, for one same group that has 22 to 29 million cubic yards of clay. And that if Woodland Pit is going to be approved, the Woodland North is going to approve, they are going to cover. That pit alone has 45 million cubic yards of clay. That pit alone can cover the whole demand that this parish needs. And if you were to add that to the 4 pits that were approved already, so they end up with 5 pits with the capacity of supplying twice the demand of clay that the parish needs. And
let me interject.
Yes.
With that in mind, what that would do to us is, if you've got one pit that can cover the entire project, then all of the digging that you see taking place, all of that will be left open. And then, as people begin to hope that they might be able to get the business and continue to dig because it's being bidded, then we're going to be stuck with those holes. And all of that land would be taken out of commerce. It is not sound for us to move forward when we said that we were making an adjustment and we were only going to allow this section to not have to backfill because we needed the dirt. Now, why would we allow these companies, even though it's a pre-existing company, to expand and leave more holes? We would be contradicting ourselves. And because of that, we need to put this moratorium in place and identify the areas that are really needed. We know the amount that's needed, but if we don't do the moratorium, they will expand and we will have more holes unnecessary, because they're not going to reinvest the money to go and fill it. Think about it.
Yes,
That's all I
another
have, Mr.
aspect.
Chairman.
Yes, I'm sorry. Another aspect of it is that if you're already permitted for pits for this one investment company from out of town, and you're going to allow another pit, you're allowing a monopoly to happen. And this is not what America is about.
But Ms. Nguyen, you know, today we're not trying to affect competition, because some will say, you know, Councilman, we don't want to affect competition. For me, as a representative, competition or the monopoly piece, that's not an issue for me. For me, as a representative, what is an issue for me is creating more holes and not forcing people to backfill. Because our whole argument around the Borough Pit has been backfill, and we've made an exception. And so now that we have this new information to allow them to expand into the Myrtle Grove and Ironton area, I find it makes us hypocritical if we permit this. If we don't approve this moratorium, then we're hypocrites, because we said the whole purpose of the backfill ordinance and the exception was because we needed the dirt. And so now why would we allow expansion? I'm done, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir.
Anyone else?
Okay, yes, sir. I just want to have one more thing. We have an economist who did the research on this and then came up with an opinion. And according to that, to him, that if the additional amount of clay is given to this group, and because of the nature of them being a contractor, where they can just start from A and end with Z, meaning that they can supply the clay, they can do the work for the Corps of Engineer, and that will create a what you call it, them cornering a market.
Cornering the market.
And when they corner the market, you know that they will be able to control the price of clay, which is what the parish does not want. The parish kept on saying that we have to have clay at a low price so that we can build more levee, and we can build levee all the way to Venice. But if you allow this to happen, then it is not going to happen because they have control over the price of clay, and I'm sure that you know that they are not going to keep the clay at the lowest price, at least not as low as if there is a competitive market.
Right, we'll lose the competition. Mr. Chairman, you and I both know that if we do not approve, Mr. Chairman, you and I both know that if we do not approve this moratorium at the first opportunity, there will be an expansion in the Ironton and Myrtle Grove area. You know it, I know it, this council knows it. And that expansion, if we don't address our current ordinance, and if we don't put this moratorium in place to address our current ordinance, it's the same, it's almost approving the permit without even approving it today, because we know the effects of it. We can't plead ignorance as though we don't know the effects. Denying this moratorium is in effect approving that borrow pit, which is expanding the area.
Yes,
That's all I have, Mr. Chair.
So I just want to say one more thing. Yes, I'm asking you to please say yes to the moratorium that would just change. Thank you very much.
Dr. Goody, you had some comments or questions?
Yeah, this is a very complicated issue, and I think we all know that. I think it has the potential, if not already, of being a very emotional issue. But I would like to paint two scenarios for your thought processes. The first scenario, we want to make the assumption that I decided to make an investment in some property in order to get into the borrow pit business. So I go to the parish and I say, what are the requirements for me to get into this business? And I get my list. And I follow that list. I follow the ordinance to a T. I've got everything ready. I've spent my time, made my effort, spent my funds, and my permit gets to the council table. And then the council votes to have a moratorium, and I'm left with nothing. Yet I followed all the rules. I've done everything that was required of me. Now, from a legal perspective, you'll hear that no one has a vested right until they have the permit. And from a legal perspective, that may be true. Sometimes I question whether a legal issue is in fact in the best interest of everyone. Because in that scenario, I, as an investor, would be very upset that I followed the rules and did everything I was asked to do, and then at the 11th hour, my permit was taken away because, not because I did everything right, but because it creates competition, so we're going to have a moratorium under the story or the spin that we have enough clay and it's too much clay and corporate America's coming in and all of the spins that you hear. Now, in the second scenario, let's look at it from this perspective. I have a borrow pit permit, and I'm right in there with everyone competing, doing everything I'm supposed to do, And I know what it takes to get that permit, because I have gone through it, and I have jumped through the hoops and met with the agencies. I've invested the funds, and I was issued a permit. And then I find out that there's someone else on the horizon, and they're going through the same process. All I can say is I can appreciate that because I've gone through that painful process. And then I find out at the 11th hour that a moratorium is placed so that individual cannot follow through and get his permit. That may probably bother me more than the first scenario. Because as a comparison, what if a dentist came to Belchase? We have 4 dentists in Belchase. We don't need another dentist in Belchase. So I'm going to ask the council to put a moratorium on dentists because I don't want the competition. Or hairdressers, or roofing people, or construction people, or restaurants. If we have an issue with the existing ordinance, let's fix the issue with the existing ordinance. But let's not go through a process where the 2 previous scenarios that I described become reality. I hope that we're able to look at this issue from a more moral or ethical perspective, given the facts that we have now and the laws that we have in place. And that takes nothing away from anyone at this table. It takes away nothing from the comments that were made. I can understand that that is a serious issue. With that, I think that I won't be coming to this council to ask for a restriction for dentists in Belchase, and I won't be asking this council to pass a moratorium on borrow pits today. Thank you.
Just a minute, I have a question for Ms. Cooper and then Mr. Turner. Comment, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Ms. Cooper.
Okay, it's more of a statement. If the Corps of Engineers thinks that they have enough soil, enough material, that is the proper material to build up our levees, why hasn't the Corps of Engineers come to this government? And also, why do they keep on giving letters of no objection to borrow pit applicants? So I think that this is something that this government needs to look into, that if the Corps of Engineers thinks that they have enough borrow pits with enough material, we need to get on the same page. But I don't think that any action should be taken until we get with the Corps of Engineers to back up this data.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to respond to Ms. Cooper. The Corps, and I'm going to tie it into what Mr. Palazzo was saying earlier on the permit issue, when he mentioned about the Corps, you know, we check if these people have objections, all of that. Some things are a local issue. You know, we were discussing some of, you know, other permits a couple of meetings ago. The Corps said no objection. It's a local issue. And so it applies to us. It's up to us. So just because the Corps is saying that they don't have any objections, that doesn't mean that it benefits us. So one part of the answer is that they don't object because it's a local issue. They're still stating what the needs are. Here's what the needs are. They're saying this is what it's going to take to do the job. We have no objections because they don't care where it comes from. But it's not a core, backfill ordinance is not a core issue. That's a local issue. And what we are infringing upon here is our backfill ordinance, the borrow pit ordinance. And I agree with Mr. Gouy. He said if we have a problem with our ordinance, then we need to fix it. I fully agree with Mr. Gouy on that. And that's the purpose of the moratorium. I'm glad he stated that because that is what makes it warranted. Mr. Gouy has acknowledged that if we have a problem with our ordinance, our current ordinance, then we need to fix it, and I fully concur. Therefore, we do a moratorium and we fix it. We don't allow people to proceed until we fix it. Now, Mr. Gui also mentioned about, Mr. Gui made a vague generalization that's not apples to apples, in that, you know, a dentist office or a beauty salon does not compare to the environmental issue that we have concerning the floodplain area, the citrus lane area, concerning our backfill ordinance. We made an exception to our ordinance. We didn't make an exception to any health policies or commercial policies, but we've made an exception, and that is what we're trying to address. The exception that we made: if you live in Boothville, Venice, you have to backfill. If you live in the citrus land areas, you do not have to backfill. And so now we're finding out we don't need all of that area. We need to reevaluate this ordinance so that no one is permitted to expand. Now, I think the easy argument, an easy target, is to say we're trying to restrict competition. First part of Mr. Gui's argument was dealing with competition. For me, this has nothing to do with competition. I don't care, you know, what the Wens have invested, and if 40 people wants to compete for that business. That is not the issue here for this council. What is at stake is our backfill ordinance. We have made an exception to an area, a single area, saying you do not have to backfill. And that area includes the Ironton area and the Myrtle Grove area. The pits have not been dug in that area. Now we're realizing we don't need all of that area. We need to remove that restriction. And so it's not about the competition. It's not about being competitive or trying to restrict businesses. This is about, we have a responsibility for the health and safety of our residents, and it's time that we quit putting businesses over people. The people in Ironton are against it. The people in Myrtle Grove are against it. They do not want the expansion. So let's not slant this as though we're trying to restrict competition. I'm saying that's not the case. I don't care if 40 people competed with you.
Excuse me, sir. Excuse me. Your name and address for the record.
Robert Boudet, I live in Myrtle Grove, but I'm more concerned about what's happening all over the parish. And regarding Mr. Gui's scenario one, about this poor person comes forward and buys this land and did everything right and so forth, I'm having a hard time feeling sorry for this person who is applying for the Myrtle Grove borrow bid when he already has 4 of the 7 permits. Is that not a case? Does he own 4 of the 7 permits? Can someone answer that? Someone on the, certainly our council should have been researching that.
We've got a permit office over there, and they can tell us the number of permits.
And is he looking for? No. Well, in the meantime, let me just add some additional comments. If he can't wait, first off, this backfill ordinance has to be changed. It's unfair. That's going to open up a lawsuit, okay? You're worried about a lawsuit. As far as a lawsuit from this applyee or the person applying for this permit, these permits, prior permits, were issued when we thought that we needed additional land. It's obvious, additional material. It's obvious we don't need any more additional material. Can he sue you for discrimination when you've already given him 4 permits? I'm really having a problem with that. But the main thing is that this parish doesn't have a lot of land to spare, okay? You look at a map between here, or Jesuit Bend and Venice, and it's that narrow, okay, that narrow. solid land is at a premium. We don't need, it's not going to be a hole in the ground. It's going to be a 960-acre lake. Okay, that's not a hole in the ground, okay? Plaquemines Parish doesn't need any more lakes. We need more solid ground. Thank you very much.
Warren Lawrence, 120 Timber Canal Lane in Myrtle Grove. I don't have much of a voice left, but I will get on this as that. First of all, when we go back and look at what happened to Plaquemines Parish with oil exploration, they were permitted to come in here and dig up, not backfill their canals, eat up this parish to no extreme. We didn't do nothing about it. Now we're suffering with it. Now we come in with the miners, the clay miners. They want to come in here and they want to do the same thing. You know, I was objecting to the first ordinance, and I said, stick with your guns and say you dig a borrow pit, you got to backfill it.
Bingo.
Period. It's over. And I got swayed and said, well, okay, we need it for the things. We have a certain area that's going to put levees that never had levees. We're going to be able to get the clay or the mud, the material, whatever's necessary to build these. And we were sold, the public was sold, had said, this ordinance will control it. Once we get what's needed, I went to Julie LeBlanc too, there's 35 to 39 million yards needed. That's the facts. Now, I don't care who gets it, where they get it, but once they get more than they need, they got to stop. We can't let it continue. And we don't need another, and I can tell you the same guy that's coming in for the application on the east side of Myrtle Grove, he has another tract of land. It will be coming in, count on it. It will be coming in to put a borrow pit there because he can make more money by digging up more borrow pits and only go 20 feet than it costs for them to go 35. So he don't care how many pits he puts in this parish, and it's not against that one gentleman. Anyone who owns land can come in and dig their pits with the disguise that they're going to use it on the levees. Well, if the levees don't need it, what are they going to use it? They'll stop. When there's no sale anymore, they stop because they don't want to backfill. They'll stop. Let the holes, just like they left the canals open from the exploration for oil. Let it eat up. Let us look at the water. I thought when we said that we didn't want the levees for the Corps of Engineers, when they gave us the allocation on where the levees should be, there was one point that said, well, let's put the levees right alongside the road instead of putting them on the back where the existing levee. Oh, no, we got to bring them to the back because that's going to give more land to the parish. We don't want to lose the land.
That's right.
We need the land. So now we come up and we're going to take the same land we said we need and we're going to dig lakes and don't backfill. I don't know the answer. I'll be honest with you. I'm so discouraged. And I know y'all have a lot on your heads to try to solve this. If we can solve it with the existing ordinance, fine. But I think somewhere we got to put a line in the sand and say, no more. No more. If we got to go to court, it ain't the first time you're going to go to court. It ain't the last time you're going to court. But I just say that don't let them rape our parish like the oil companies did to this parish. Thank you.
Eddie, name and address for the record.
That was Presley. No, Eddie Derwin, I live in
We
Home
thought
Place.
so. We thought you were going to say yes.
How long would this moratorium last? Can y'all
The
lift
way
it
I'm
at any
reading this,
time?
it's indefinite.
But y'all can change it anytime you want, right?
Yes.
So why don't you just vote on this, and when you need more dirt, just lift it. Simple.
And in the meantime, Mr. Chairman, there are some legitimate changes that we need to make as far as defining the areas, because we're not just trying to stop it, stop growth. We would really be working the issue.
Good afternoon. My name is Paul Vance. I'm an attorney. I actually represent
Not able to hear you.
I'm sorry. My name is Paul Vance, and I represent Midway Cattle Company. I wanted to come and address some of Councilmember Gowie's comments concerning fairness. And I wanted to actually remind the council that approximately 2.5 years ago, you had fairness issues implicit in an application by a company to build a Walmart and a strip shopping center.
Hold on.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
It's a nerve.
I was
I knew this
drugged
was
through the
coming.
coals on the Walmart situation and the shopping center situation.
Yes, sir.
Never did I ever say that they could not build.
I understand.
Okay.
I-
I need the whole
And I ha-
room
I-
to understand
and I
that
ha-
right there. I did not come in and say, you cannot build a shopping center at the corner of 23 and Woodland Highway. There were rules. We created an ordinance, a PUD ordinance, to where there were rules to follow. And then that's what we created, and that's where we are today. Just like the ordinance that we've created here for this borrow pit ordinance. How come it's not been, I'm talking to Mr. Rathburn, is there an amendment that could be done to our existing ordinance to support something like this, like Elvis Presley said back there in the back, about, you know, let's leave it to this right now, and then if we do need more, then we'll go ahead and issue out the additional permits. But back to the shopping center thing, I don't know where you was going with it, but
Well,
I always get that kind of hit in the back of the head.
Okay, well,
And I was
Push-
drugged through the cold.
push
on that
Keith's
right
button
there.
today, that's
Right.
all.
I'm sorry, I
Okay.
don't believe that I actually touched the back of your head. But to make the point I'm trying to make,
But when you're finished, I would like for Mr. Rathburn to touch on the possibility of an amendment to the existing ordinance that we have for the borrow pits, to maybe we could work it out that way versus a moratorium right here. All right, okay?
well,
It's yours.
what you accomplished for the people in your district was eventually a Walmart was not built, and the shopping center was not built. And the reasons for this, and this was the same situation that you were talking about, Councilmember Gouy, where someone had applied for the permit, had done everything that they were supposed to be doing, but in connection with this application, so many of the people who lived in District 2, in Mr. Hinckley's district, opposed.
But wait again. I hate to debate are you saying that they did everything correct? No. Please, let's not compare what I went through on the corner of Woodland Highway and 23 to this right here, because there were some issues of not doing the right thing throughout the process. That's why we are where we are today, where, like I said, I never once said that you cannot build any kind of store right there, but there's a process that you have to go through. The process exists today. You can go to the permit office, you can get the packet, you can build a Walmart, you can build anything, but if it's, whatever the number is, it's a 110,000 square foot building, anything over that, it's a process that you go through, and the community gets involved in it. Again, we have an ordinance in place right now, a borrow pit ordinance. We can take that borrow pit ordinance, make an amendment to it, and there'll be a process at the end of the day when these pits are done, or not, when they're dug out and there's no more dirt left, then we can maybe move forward with another pit to be permitted. But again, let's not compare what I did in Belle Chase proper, that Woodland Highway in 23, to this right here, because there could be some companies right now that have the proper procedures. They have gone through the permitting process right now. They may be ready to go. That's not the situation at 23 and Woodland Highway.
I wanted to
Mr.
come up.
Vance, I'll offer you some legal advice real quick.
I'm not going to say Walmart again.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Council President, I will not use that term. But I wanted, though, to talk about the fairness and whether or not it's fair for particular communities to have to bear the burden of these pits, of these holes that are going to be dug. And my son, Christopher, prepared a map, which I'd like to show you.
Okay, let me interrupt you for a second here. Okay, no, wait, but you're misrepresenting the situation here. Mr. Edgecombe, Byron?
Yes, I'm gonna tell you what Mr. Hinckley's gonna say. I'm gonna read his mind from here.
Okay, go ahead.
And it has nothing to do with Walmart, I promise you. This map encompasses the land purchase area, okay? It is not driven down with the numbers of where the actual pit areas are. Myself, Mr. Hinckley, and Mr. Edgecombe, whether we support the pit or not, which is not going to be debated today, but these areas, these pit areas will be, because I had some concerns looking at the numbers of where the pits were, looking at these red lines to where they are in conjunction to the Myrtle Grove area and to the Ironton area would actually be illegal under our borough pit ordinance. So this is not the actual true area where the pits will be dug. This is the land purchase of what they will own, but the pit areas will be somewhat smaller. I'm not saying a lot smaller. No, ma'am, I did look at the maps this week, I promise you. Me and Mr. Edgecombe and Mr. Hinckley took the time with the two attorneys, Mr. Palazzo, gracious enough to join us, and also Mr. Rathburn.
Speak to the mic, for us, sir.
The actual purchased land is 950 acres. The part of the land which is supposed to be developed or excavatable is 629 acres.
Right, but
this is huge.
I know, but the map that you're showing, Mr. Vance, is for the whole 900 some odd acres.
That's not
That
the
is
dig
that
area.
map. I've looked
That's
at
not the dig
it.
area.
That's a bigger area. You're not correctly representing the amount that's to be dug out, and to show that to people and say that's what's going to be dug out is inaccurate.
That's,
Use the mic. Use the mic.
By the drawing that was submitted with the permit application. That's the only thing that we can go by, sir.
But
by the permit application that they submitted
Ma'am,
to
that isn't
the
what you're
permit
showing
office.
there. Those are two different, you're showing something different.
Ours is
That's what I'm
upside down.
saying. You are showing something
I was
different.
holding it the wrong way.
Okay.
Let me hold it right side up.
But all I'm telling you is that is the property that was purchased, the 900 some odd acres, that is shaded in red, that Mr. Vance was showing both to the council and his partner, I guess, was showing to the crowd. And that's inaccurate. It is.
We can only go by what was submitted in the permit application
Let me ask
that
you
was
this. Let me
submitted
ask
to the
you
permit
this.
office, sir.
Was that drawing submitted, the one that he's showing, was that submitted as part of the permit application?
Sir, we got this drawing from this, but we made it bigger and we color in red and we color Ironton in blue. So that this was in the permit application, sir.
The permitted amount is for 600 some odd acres, and it shows all of the.
So they should have drawn it as 600 and something acres instead of submitting it like this.
That is,
Us, a citizen, can only go by what we got from the
Well, we'll
permit
get
office,
past the
sir.
citizens aspect of it, because I recall you having gotten a permit just a few months ago when we had all the permitted soil that we needed at that time, ma'am.
I'm sorry, what did you say?
You guys obtained a permit when we had it. When we look back, we had enough soil at the time you guys were.
We got it in, no, sir. We got it in February.
I understand,
Okay?
but
in
I'm saying.
February, our number was included in my table. That, because
Are
our
you
name
saying
number was in there, that's why the supply was higher than the demand.
Are you saying without yours, without your pits right now, based on the estimates that you've submitted, that there's not enough soil remaining to be removed?
What I was saying is that the table and the number that I presented earlier included our pit.
I understand
Because our
that, but
pit
without
was in there.
But without your pits, if you didn't dig any of your pit right now, if you didn't lay anything and sell it, wouldn't there be right now, based on your estimates, enough soil to meet the levy requirements?
Councilman, they've already got their permit, they've already made their investment.
I'm asking the question, though. I'm asking a question. There's been a lot of questions going on. I'm asking.
excuse me one second, y'all. We're going to call a point of order after this and probably call a question. I just would point out to you, sir, that in this permit application I have in my hand, which we are not doing today, I will point out to you that what you have shaded in red is a property purchase area. Inside of that, if you look on this map, which is in the actual permit, okay, despite what you're telling me, this is the area, that whether anybody in this room agrees with it or not, this is the actual borrow pit area. Also, I'd like to point out, as Dr. Gui mentioned to me just now, that in our ordinance, any dirt that is not used for levee construction has to be backfilled, and that was the compromise, and that is our law in this parish at this time.
The point I was really trying to get to, and I
Use the mic again, sir.
the point I'm really trying to get to is the size of this Ironton community that you propose to establish. This community here is dwarfed, whether you're talking about the entire area purchased or by the size of the 600 and some acres of the borrow. When you were talking about that thing I'm not supposed to...
Mr. Vance, I'm going to stop you real quick. We need to stay germane to the subject, which is a borrow pit moratorium. We're not discussing the woodland pit or any other specific pit.
All right. Then what I would like to say is that we would ask that this be approved, that the borrow pit moratorium be approved out of fairness to the people in Ironton, out of fairness so that their community are not ravaged and terribly affected through the permitting of additional pits with additional holes which will completely surround them.
Mr. Chairman.
All right.
Excuse me, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Chairman, a call for question. I think we need to move on.
One quick comment, Mr. Griffin, that'll end this, and we're going to call a question on it.
Good afternoon. My name is Steve Gurgis with GCR Incorporated. I'm actually a representative working for Plaquemines Parish Government and the Land Department. Our company is acquiring real estate for your levee and pump station projects down in the parish. And I just want to point out something regarding this map. Back in, I guess in the summer, July, August timeframe, the parish council approved and appropriated property for the Wilkinson pump station, which is a large corner of this property that they're showing in red. I just want to point that out, that there are some discrepancies with this map.
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
Point taken. Chairman.
Mike Bowman with
I'll
Bowman
make it
Haskell
present.
Birkenmeyer. I was presented this afternoon, I didn't expect this, with some petitions given to me by Reverend Johnson. I'd like to present them to the council now. I believe there's 81. Rather than reading all 81 names, it's folks from Ironton and looks like Port Sulphur. It's a petition to stop the opening of new borrow pits. He gave me a whole stack of petitions that are specifically directed to the Woodland North Borrow Pit. I'll present them, or let him present them when that comes up for question. But before you vote on this moratorium, I'd like to present these petitions on behalf of those folks.
Okay. Can you comment on that?
And if I may just add one brief comment. If the council does not pass the moratorium now and another borrow pit is permitted, it will be too late. There was some conversation earlier about vested rights, and that is what the Constitution of Louisiana law, how they protect business owners and property owners. If you have a vested property right, a vested business interest, the government can't take that away from you without just compensation. And that's how we are protected from government action. You don't have a vested business interest or a vested property right until you have a permit. That's well-settled law. If you don't pass this moratorium and you permit another borrow pit, you will have passed the line. And you will not be able to take away that borrow pit permit, even if it turns out that you have 2 times, 3 times, 4 times, or 5 times too much clay. And make no mistake, what Dr. Woods from Loyola University, what he says in that letter that was presented to you this afternoon, it's not just competition. My client wouldn't mind, I don't think, if there were 40 people out there competing to supply clay. It's the vertical integration. It's the fact that the contractor that's going to place the clay will also have control of twice as much clay as what's needed, which Dr. Wood is concerned will cause the price ultimately to go up. And if you don't pass this moratorium, that's what's going to happen. You won't be able to stop it.
Mr. Chairman, let me make a comment, please. It seems like the future of Plaquemines Parish is based on this moratorium. The future of borrow permits in this parish is not based on this moratorium. Every borrow pit application comes before this council and is taken and researched on individual basis. Just because I don't know if this is going to fail today or if it's going to pass or what's going to happen. The borrow pit that was deferred today that y'all keep referencing to, and any future ones will come before this council. We'll take them on an individual basis. It does not mean that they're gonna pass. We'll do more. My office will do more extensive research on the core and the materials that are needed. But if this doesn't pass today, I hope y'all don't give up on us and say, oh, they did it to us again. Because this moratorium, and I'm going to tell you right now, I'm not going to support it because of legal issues. But I might not support a borrow pit that comes before me at the next council meeting. So this does not determine the future of borrow pits in this parish.
And I'll echo Ms. Cooper's thoughts on that one.
Mr. Chairman, just a follow-up to Ms. Cooper's comment. If we don't put the moratorium in place, then we have no legal grounds to stop it. You know, and so if it comes before us, on what grounds would we have to stop it? Just because, yes, they are going to come before us, but we can't stop it.
Mr. Griffin, did you call a question?
Wait, I
got one question. What if a borrow pit comes and says, I'm not going to sell this dirt to the levee, to the core, I'm going to haul it out to Jefferson Parish, but I'll backfill, okay? Well, guess what? They can't get a permit because we got a moratorium.
Hey, listen, we're making this kind of complicated, but it's very simple. If we have enough dirt to do the levees, we don't need any more dirt. I mean, it's common sense. I don't see why it's a legal issue, that. I really don't see. And if it is a legal issue, you're paying these guys $140,000, $150,000 a year. You should be able to do something with for that money. So, hey, I don't see where it's a problem to have a moratorium. I don't see where it's a problem. I mean, vote your conscience, God, but tell you what, when you vote your conscience, ask yourself if you're really doing justice to the people. I'm not against businesses. I'm not against businesses. But are you doing injustice to people, man? You was elected to do something for the people. For the people. Do something for the people for the change.
I'm going to call a question. Mr. Salas, I'm calling a question on it. I think we had enough on this already. I would remind everyone to remember Ms. Cooper's thoughts on this, that this is not a final thought on approving any future borrow pits. This is just on a borrow pit moratorium only. Mr. Russell, if you insist, please. I'm trying to just beleaguer in the thought with this over and over.
Well, my concerns go a little deeper than just the moratorium, and we talked about issuing permits down the line and what reason we can use to deny permits. My concern is that the variances or the waivers that you gave for the last borough pit open the door for anybody to come in and challenge the constitutionality of the whole borough pit ordinance. So I think you're going to be starting from scratch anyway because of all of those variances that you gave to that permit just recently. They're not playing by the same rules that you're asked everybody else to play by. They're playing by rules that you made them catch up on, and now they say, I mean, the ordinance says they had all of these waivers. So as far as the moratorium, you know, it does create a closed shop, except for the fact that I didn't realize he had 4 permits already. And so that opened my eyes today, but I thank you for that, and thank you for letting me talk. And the other thing is, I'm impressed that these individuals will be able to go to the permit office and get all this information, and I'm still waiting on my public request from the administration over here to let me in the permit office. And this is what I'm telling you about discrimination against me in the permit office, Mr. Palazzo, so write that down.
Thank you, Mr. Russell. We're going to call a question on the matter now. Issue fails 3-4 with the no votes coming from District 2, District 3, District 4, District 8, and an abstention from District 9. Thank you, everybody, for your input. This time, we're going to move to we're going to move to item 7E, which is a Plaquemines Parish Comprehensive Plan, Master Plan presentation. This will be a presentation only. Before we do this, I'd like to do one thing real quick, if you wouldn't mind. We deferred the permit since we didn't have all of the information. I was brought and handed out to the other councilmen. The OKs, I'm looking at 4A4. Let me just read it out. Shingle Point LLC off of Jefferson Lake Canal install 7 pilings for fence gate. They had the usual 2 or 3 that Mr. Plaza thought was fair to have, but the 3 they had, but they also had the other 4 they're supposed to have that we do by our normal process. So they have followed the rules, so we're going to go ahead and go through with this permit, and I'm going to offer this one and ask for a second. Seconded by Dr. Gouy. Do we have any comment or question about this one? I got here in my feet. Just read the package before I gave you. And I checked them off over there. Everybody's in there. Do we have any comment or question about this permit?
Mr. Chairman, I do. Do we have a representative for the company for this permit? Is permit still here?
Mark Peabody, Belchase, Louisiana.
This is inside of Jefferson Canal, correct?
It's outside of Jefferson Canal.
Help me understand where it is, looking at the diagram. And will it be obstructing any vessels coming from the very front of the canal? Is it across the canal or is it on the side?
It is on the side. It's a separate canal. I think in your packet is an aerial photography. It shows it, but it will not obstruct any of the vessel traffic that you're speaking of coming out of the basin and going towards Grand Bayou. It would not.
Mr. Peabody, just a dead-end canal?
The canal that the pilings will be put on is a dead-end canal.
Is where the discharge point is from the siphon?
That is correct.
So that is a dead-end canal?
That is correct.
We're not going to be blocking any homeowners, landowners, camp owners, marina operators, or anybody else? No,
that is
nothing.
correct.
So the bottom line, those who, if they were to dock vessels at the very front of the canal, they would have a straight shot to the back?
That is correct.
Okay.
Yeah, because it's next to the canal. And that's the way, right to the south side of it. Okay. See what I'm saying?
I saw the diagram.
Where the boat tracks are, it's just south of the canal, discharge point where the siphon.
The bottom line is on.
South
As
side.
the canal goes straight out, it's not blocking the canal.
That is correct.
It's a discharge point for the substance. Okay? Any other comments or questions? Hearing none, the machine is open on item 4A4. Mr. Griffin? And the permit is granted 8-0. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. At this point, we're going to move to 7E. Dr. Gouy has us on the agenda. I think a short presentation from Mr. Troy Lotrich, and come on up. We're going to have a presentation on the comprehensive master plan. I don't know if we have any agenda or not, but we'll probably be voting on it probably approximately a month, and he's going to give us a short presentation on it today. Ready when y'all are.
If you don't mind, I'd like to hand each of y'all a presentation.
Fine, bro. Please. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I wanted to thank the council. This is the comprehensive master plan document. This plan was developed by hundreds, if not thousands of hours of input from the community here, dozens of different public hearings and work group sessions. And what Jacobs as a company did, we provided a framework for them for basic guidelines, but the outcome of this is completely community driven. One thing that I want to address right at the beginning, what the master plan is not, it's not a law that's going to regulate land use or development. It is, the best way that I can explain what the master plan is, it's kind of like a GPS unit where you, after you've decided where you want to go, you input in the final destination. The GPS unit knows where you are now, and it gives you a route to get there. The nice thing about the GPS unit in this analogy is that if you take a wrong turn somewhere, or if you decide to go off on a side trip, it'll recalculate and still keep you on your destination and give you a new path to get there. And that's kind of the flexibility that this master plan gives. It's not a written in stone law that cannot be deviated from as the vision may shift or new proposals come for development that we can't envision today. But what it gives is a rational basis to provide regulations and policies. Why do we need it? As we said, one of the first things that got people thinking about the master plan was when they went looking for some help in the Katrina recovery, and the question was asked, well, what plan do you have in place to help guide you as you develop this? Rather than just going off and doing projects all over the place, how are you going to be guided in doing that? So that's one key item there, but also for private investment and other investment, it helps give us a document that we can show to potential investors, and it also helps us to plan where do we need to put the parish's investments, or where do they need to change ordinances, or where do they need to update organizations so that they run more efficiently, all with the ultimate goal of getting us to realizing the vision that the community has. You're going to see later a triangle, which is the triangle that forms a basis of everything this master plan is based on. And at the base of that is coastal restoration and protection, because without that basis, without that formation, a lot of these other things really don't have a foundation. The second goal here, the second item there, is make informed long-term investment decisions. The master plan will help organize thoughts and get staff thinking about how do we reach the goal of maybe attracting a potential investor. Let's go on to the next step. This is the planning process that we've gone through. The community assessment, the visioning, agenda, implementation, and strategies. All of those all of those top five all came with a considerable amount of input from the public and interviews with staff and public meetings, subcommittee meetings, which many people have served on. Out of this process, we came up with 11 different elements. I'm not going to go through all of them, but you can see it's pretty far-reaching set of elements that touches all aspects of government operations. Okay. First part is a community assessment. That's kind of the data gathering stage. That's looking at where are we today? What are the resources that we have? What are some of the challenges that we have? What are the things that are important to us, and what is that vision? As I've mentioned several times, public involvement process. These are the various ways that we've involved the public throughout this process. In addition, there is a website that holds all of the current documents and background at plaqueminesmasterplan.com. Then we move. Then we move into the community agenda portion, which is where we start really developing the legs of what that vision is. Safety and security, stronger growth, stronger infrastructure, smarter services, smarter governance. Okay. And here's this visioning pyramid, which has coastal restoration, storm protection as the foundation, and everything else is built upon that. Through the visioning process and the community agenda process, the community came up with 575 different recommendations that fell under the categories of those 11 different elements. And those included policies, programs, capital projects, studies, reorganizational strategies, and other things like that. Okay. From that, we held subcommittee meetings where we took all of the different elements, those 575 elements, under the different 11 headings, and through them down to the top 8 or 12 in each element. And then from that developed the action plan for us. And from that, we went on to the short-term work program. Well, we've got a sample action plan priorities. Under this one, this was public facilities and services. The top item on this list was develop a capital improvements program, which is consistent with the comprehensive plan and provides funding, reviews, prioritization, and implementation. Then the next step in that was to develop a financial plan to manage operating costs. So these are the goals that were set up. These are the functions that need to be realized. And then through the short-term work program, we develop the strategies that need to be undertaken to achieve those things. The short-term work program covers the first 5-year increments. So in general, the top items on there are things that should be able to be accomplished in 5 years. Some of these things had such high priority and they're longer term, they need to be started soon, but it may take more than 5 years to implement. But the top, let's go back one step real quick. The major steps to achieve the project policy study or program, we gave very rough estimates of cost, and there were order of magnitude type of costs just to help prioritize them to understand whether or not these things were things that could be accomplished in the short term, if they needed a longer window in order to put the things in place to implement those. Okay. Go. Sorry. Okay, so the objectives of the short-term work program are the items that we want to try and address as soon as possible in order to implement the action plan. So each one of the items that are shown on the short-term work program lead up to an action item, an action plan item. And if we go to the next sheet, we've got each one of these 11 elements has a table similar to this that has from 8 to 12 different items. The type is too small to really look at, but it's got an action plan element all the way to the left. It's got the critical stages, and some of those are legislative, some of those are financing, others are administrative actions that need to be taken, target dates, and then there's some opportunities, constraints listed, and other comments that may be relevant to doing this. One of the other things that this whole program is the value of it is it cross-references things. Let's say there's an opportunity to down the line, attract investment in a particular area of the parish. It helps identify, well, what things need to be put in place in order to attract that kind of investment. Do we need infrastructure? Do we need roads? Do we need community centers? Do we need parks? What do we need? And is the organization that we have right now, is it sufficient to reach that goal? And this element, this strategy helps cross-reference those. So, because each one of those may require capital improvements projects, it may input from public services, from parks and recreation, from all the different departments. It helps them to bring these together so that we're thinking in a holistic approach. Okay. I'm kind of getting ahead of myself a little bit. Let's go on to the next slide.
Back up one, just a quick question. What's TBD in scoping for UDO? That was under the column of cost estimates.
To be determined.
In the UDO?
The UDO.
It says to be determined in scoping for UDO.
This is a sample, so scoping for Unified Development Ordinance. Thank you. Thank you. Yes, I'm ready. Okay, as you can see, here are some of the values of this. I guess short-term leverage regional, state, and federal funding is one of the the short-term goals or things that you hope to realize from adoption of the plan. And as the last line says, the short-term work program will serve as a primary implementation instructions for the master plan. Okay, next, please. So the next step is to take action on adoption of the comprehensive master plan, and then the parish can move forward in the implementation of that. One of the key factors that is inherent in the master plan, it's a living document. It requires constant review, annual review, to make sure that the goals that were listed originally still are the goals that are of value to the community today. It doesn't necessarily change the visioning side of things, because those are long-term basic goals that the community has agreed are what we need to build a better, stronger, smarter community. But there will be times when opportunities arise where you may deviate from time to time from something that's on there. And that's why you have the opportunity to come in with subcommittee groups to update the short-term work program and the action plans as deemed necessary. It's supposed to be a living document that adjusts with the changing situations that we can't account for today. Next. Okay. Sorry, it's hard to boil all this thing down. It's you said thousands of hours and a very large document. I know that we ran through that very quickly. I'll be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Dr. Gould?
Yeah, what I'd like to suggest, the item on the agenda we'll actually bring that up for a vote in a month, not next week, not next meeting, but the following meeting. And I would hope that each council member would be able to sit with you one-on-one and make sure that there is a level of understanding as to the purpose of the document. And I know Troy has been working on that diligently. So within the next month, but that being said, I would like to open it up for the audience, because they're not going to have the privilege of meeting with you one-on-one as we are. So if it's okay, Mr. Chair, if we could do that. And,
I would like to ask a question. Is this on the parish website, or if somebody in the audience or somebody that's not here wanted to access these documents, my office is open. They can come and look at mine. I'm sure the rest of the councilmen feel the same way also. But they're at the libraries.
They're at the library and also on the internet at plaqueminesmasterplan.com.
Okay, thank you.
Very good.
I just want to say something real quick. Troy, I want to thank you guys, because, look, I had the opportunity to sit and work with you on this, and there were a lot of challenges along the way. I believe the first Saturday workshop was the day or after the oil spill hit, and you guys really were dealt a lot of challenges. And I know we went over on time on this, but there was a lot of community involvement with this project right here. So this is just not, I just want this to be said right here. I know you made reference to it earlier, but I want to reiterate the fact that this really was a Plaquemines Parish, a whole community project that was put together to create this document right here. So thanks again, guys.
I'm sorry, Ms. Cooper, you had something first? Mr. Lepine, give me 1 second.
Well, on F, Mr. Ken Rangus would like to talk about the parish master plan. I'd just like to ask him if he would.
No, that's something different, I think.
He's gone, he left? Oh, okay, well, we'll defer him. Huh? Okay.
I'm sorry, he had to leave. He asked me to let you know that. He had something came up that he could not stay for. Look, I am available anytime, and not just to the council and the administration and the department heads, but also to the general public. I'll answer any questions that I can, and I am at your disposal.
No questions? Thanks, y'all. Appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Move to item, we're gonna do something right now. Huh? I don't know. I don't know anything about it. Yeah, but I'm gonna do something else. We're going back to building permits. Okay, what I'm gonna do right now is we're gonna move back to 4A, construction permits. What we're going to do is I spoke to both of the attorneys, and until we can rectify this issue, the claims Mr. Palazzo has, that they have some right to overrule us with the permits or whatever he's saying to us. What we're going to do at this time is vote on the permits. And I'm going to ask Ms. Kim on each permit that we go through. If the permit is approved, on each one, it'll be conditional upon them going through the normal process and having all 7 departments sign off. I think most of them have only 3. Mr. Attorney, you told us earlier, I think we looked at, and there were 4 departments missing. We will grant, the permits will be granted upon the receival by whoever of all 7 departments as per normal protocol. So at this point, I'm going to go ahead and read them off again, and we'll start them off. We'll take these in globo. If there's any objection on any of them, I'd ask anybody to say so as I'm going through them, please. 4A1, Shell Pipeline Company, Diamond, Port Sulphur, Home Place area, repair cathodic protection platforms and walkways destroyed by Hurricane Isaac. 4A2, Shell Pipeline Company, Breton Sound area, repair existing 20-inch pipeline. 4A5. Which one? Which one do you think for? 3 and 4. I had them pulled. 4A5, Shell Pipeline Company, Breton Sound area, Block 49, expose existing 20-inch pipeline to identify a foreign object interfering with the cathodic protection. Mr. Griffin, you want to separate 4A6, sir? Okay. 4A3 do include 4A3 Stolthaven, New Orleans, LLC, 2444 English Turn Road, Braithwaite. Install flood wall, 4 access gates, and 2 earthen berms as tie-in to Mississippi River levee. 4A4 we already covered. 4A7 Mesa Gulf Coast LLC, Lake Hermitage Field, prop wash and install saltwater storage barge. 4A8 Apache Corporation, South Pass 24 Field, install 4-inch flow line. 4A9 Apache Corporation, South Pass 24 Field, wheel wash and work over state lease 1923, number 27D well, and propose 5 subsequent wheel washing over a 5-year period. 4A10 Hillcore Energy Company, South Pass Oil and Gas Field, installation of a 150-foot by 70-foot platform. 4A11 Lobo Operating Incorporated, Breton Sound area, Block 51 and Main Pass area revised, Block 46, install 3-inch gas lift line. And 4A12 is Swift Energy Operating LLC, Lake Washington Field, install 6-inch flow line. I'll offer and ask for a second. Second by Dr. Gouy. As I mentioned earlier, on all these permits, which we are taking in globo, that the permits shall only be issued with the caveat that all 7 departments that normally sign off on these permits are the proposal brought before them, and they're deemed to be permissible. And with that, I'll offer, and we've seconded by Dr. Good. Do you have any comment or question about these permits? Hearing none, the machine is open. And and permits are granted, 7-0. Mr. Griffin, 4A6, you want to defer for this, for the meeting? Just defer the whole thing? Okay. 4A6 will be deferred. Get organized, y'all. Did you want to get this global grant over here? Do we have somebody here from Global Green? Okay, we're gonna go to item, where's the number on here? O? Okay, 7C. Yeah, if y'all could limit your remarks to 5 minutes, we'd appreciate it. Come on up. Just give us your name and address.
I'll keep it short.
Something, like on the last page. 7F. No, I'm sorry. C, I'm sorry. Let's do C. Thank you.
Thank you all for letting us present today. My name is Jeff Supak. I'm from Global Green. Just going to give you all a quick presentation about our program that we're doing and why it could be relevant to y'all, and especially the reason it is relevant. It's about, of course, coastal protection and restoration, but how the parish could particularly help from this program, and how landowners that are here as well in the audience can help from this program as well. So Global Green, we're a national nonprofit. We're based out in New Orleans, and we do work around the entire nation. Our staff is pictured there. So mostly our nonprofit is focused on sustainability. Next slide, please. Programs in New Orleans, we have a Green Building Resource Center. We've been doing a lot of green building policy in New Orleans for the last 8 years. We've been in schools doing retrofits of schools and doing in-school education. We've done policy and advocacy around solar energy and energy efficiency and helping homeowners make their houses more energy efficient in New Orleans. And we're also doing our wetlands program, which I'm here to present to you today. So our wetlands program is funded by the State Office of Community Development and HUD, and basically the mission of our program is to engage and empower Louisiana wetland owners on coastal restoration and to connect them to different opportunities that are available out there, especially through the carbon markets as we see fit. So everyone here knows, our threats to the wetlands. We have subsidence, storm surge, and sediment starved, and sea level rise. And we know what the state is now doing to address that issue with the Coastal Master Plan, which is a $50 billion plan over the next 50 years. But as an organization and talking to wetland owners, we want to ask who's exactly paying for this plan and how we can help finance some of this plan so that way we can get back to our restored coastline. So what science has been kind of figuring out that our wetlands, our healthy wetlands, actually sequester and they capture and hold carbon dioxide. And they do it through photosynthesis, just as plants take in the CO2, they actually turn that, or they take in this oxygen, they turn that oxygen into CO2. That CO2 is being captured and stored into our soil. Next slide, please. And this is important because wetlands actually do it a lot better than most other ecosystems. For instance, you can see that top chart up there that is showing that bright green line is actually showing how much wetlands sequester of carbon compared to other ecosystems when talking about grasslands, agriculture, forests, amongst the others. And there's been studies showing that wetlands can actually capture 6 times, if not 50 times more carbon dioxide than a traditional forest. And while this is important is because if you look at the other diagram below, that is showing the value of global carbon markets in the world, with the European carbon market being worth $147 billion, and that tiny green circle, and you can't see the price of that, but that is $522 million, and that is our U.S. voluntary market. And I want to note that that money is not government money. That is private companies investing into mitigating climate change or getting PR for doing better for the environment. So that is money that we're actually trying to tap into to help restore our wetlands here in coastal Louisiana. And then you can see the carbon values of what our wetlands actually sequester. And this is per hectare, and this was a study done outside of, in Nichols, the Nicholas School of the Environment in Duke University. And you can see that seagrasses amongst salt marsh, which is important here, salt marsh being, you know, the most significant or most relevant, I guess, here for coastal Louisiana, sequestering up to almost 1,000 tons of CO2, or basically 1,000 offsets of CO2 per year per hectare, and a hectare is defined as half of an acre. So what we're doing at Global Green is working with landowners and partnering with them to actually make this a feasible reality, to get some economic incentive back to them for doing coastal restoration. And when the parish is talking about doing their own coastal restoration, they are also qualified for this project as well. So what we've been doing is partnering with landowners, doing one-on-one consultations with them, looking at their land, looking at the potential for how much carbon dioxide their wetlands can sequester after a restoration project, because that's key. So first, you actually have to implement a restoration project to capture those offsets. And once you capture those offsets, you can sell those offsets via the carbon market and receive some sort of financial return on those offsets that you're selling. And the benefit to wetland owners is that not only are they going to get some sort of economic return or potential economic return, and when I say economic return, I'm not talking a cash cow of money. We're talking about a piece of the pie of, you know, financing a restoration project. And any amount of money can go a long way here in coastal restoration in Louisiana, as these projects, as you'll know, are very expensive. But it also gives them a long-term management plan for the property, an implemented restoration activity that can be implemented on their land, which can eventually help prevent loss of property to the state. We've been collaborating with groups. Eco Asset Management Partners is our carbon expert out of California, who just announced their first mandatory market. Restore America's Estuaries is based out of DC, and they've been working on this blue carbon initiative for many years. And then TR Resources is a local New Orleans-based company who is working with landowners as well to help them capture some of these carbon offsets and these benefits through restoration. And our next step, of course, is to continue working with these landowner groups. We do one-on-one consultations for free. We've consulted with parish governments for free, and we continue to do that. And we want to kind of lay out what are the opportunities for them to move forward to eventually capture some of this revenue from carbon offsets in the long run. And the next slide just shows my contact information, and please jot it down and send me an email, call me whenever. I'm very happy to help work with y'all, sit down one-on-one, and we can talk about some of the opportunities. And when we have more time, just wanted to give y'all a brief presentation today and let you know that we're out there and that we're interested in moving this forward in coastal Louisiana, because this is, you know, the area that's ground zero for a lot of these projects. We want to make sure that we're helping, the carbon markets can help this area first before we're starting on other parts of the nation. And if y'all have any questions right now, I'm happy to take them.
Question.
Yep.
The selling of carbon offsets, how does that work?
So what happens is, so landowner, or, you know, if, for instance, the parish, they implement a restoration activity, you have to enter into a contract.
With who?
So you enter into a contract with, following under a certain methodology. So a methodology is basically just, you have to have a methodology approved before you can start selling carbon offsets. And
who approves it?
So there's different approving arms.
Federal government, correct?
The federal government does not approve. No, it's different registries. No, it's not the state. There's no government regulation in this because it's a voluntary system. So there's different organizations called the American Carbon Registry, can be one of them. You have the Verified Carbon Standard is another, and then there's the Carbon Action Reserve is the last one. So those are the 3 big registries that actually, where you have to go in, you have to submit a methodology saying how you're going to capture those carbon offsets, and that's been done. That's been done through the American Carbon Registry with TR Resources. They've approved the first methodology, and with that methodology being approved, that means we can sell carbon offsets, and that means that you have to work through that methodology to sell those offsets. So this is a no government type of situation right now because nothing is mandatory for this.
What's the potential?
The potential,
as far as receiving funding, what's the potential there?
so the potential is, so you have to do your restoration project. You have to
Let
get
me
that
give an
money.
example.
Mhm.
We're looking to do, we have to do some mitigation, right,
Okay.
for our levee work. That's required.
Yep.
And so I'm just wondering is, as we do the mitigation, that will automatically be capturing some carbon.
Yes.
So our cost share for the mitigation, how can we use this program to pay for it? Or how can we receive some of those funds to lower our cost?
Yeah. Well, the unfortunate thing is that mitigation does not qualify. It has to be from the start a restoration project. Because in mitigation, what you're doing is you're making up for something that was done at site A. So at site B, you're mitigating it, right? You're making up for it. And for these methodologies, for it to be a certified project, it has to be what they call additional. And that's not being necessarily additional. You're just kind of balancing out what has been done, at site A to site B, and you're mitigating there, making that even balance. You're not doing something that is additional or above, above the, business as usual kind of sort of thing.
I've got one simple question. Maybe
Yep.
I'll seem a little ignorant, but can you tell me what this word discrete means?
What's the word?
It says here, and does not always have discrete national boundaries. Is that a misprint or is that a real word?
Discrete?
No, not discrete. It's DISDRETE on page
That is a
9.
misspelling on our part.
What is the actual word you want to insert?
Discrete.
Discrete?
Yeah. Thank you for pointing that out.
Or distinct?
I think it should be discrete
You're
boundaries.
talking about national boundaries. I don't know if they would actually have discrete national boundaries. It might be distinct national boundaries.
It could be distinct too. I'll have to go back and look. Oh. Anything else?
Learn something. Okay,
Thank
now,
you.
thank you very much for your
Mhm.
time. I
Thank you.
appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay, with that, we'll move back to our regular agenda. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to move to item 6A1, an ordinance authorizing William H. Billy Nungesser, Parish President, on behalf of Bureau's Levy District to accept an active donation of 25,656 square feet of land from CLL Limited Partnership Limited, located in Myrtle Grove Marina Estates, Phase 1, for use by the Bureau's Levy District for levee, drainage, flood, and hurricane protection purposes, and otherwise to provide respect thereto. I'll offer and ask for a second. Second by Dr. Gui. From what I understand and what I've read into this and the consultations I've had with Blair Rittner, this is simply something to get the drainage off of this from one property to another, and this property is being donated. It's almost 26,000 square feet of land to be going to the parish. Mr. Warren?
Yes, one question I had on it was the Buras Levy District. Why would we be in the Buras Levy
That's what
District?
they call it. That's what they've always called it.
Okay, because I see they got the West Bank Levy District.
Purist rules.
Huh?
Purist rules.
Buras. No, just, where is the West Bank Levy District?
It's not a West Bank levy district. They've always referred to as BLD. If you go to Wells, it'll be like BLDE, Bureau's Levy District East.
Mr. Chairman, you know the specific
Maybe
area?
BLW.
Mr. Chairman, I didn't see a map or anything. Or Mr. Lawrence, does anybody know specifically where this is?
Mr. Turner? Yeah, we do. And I had it sent over. I would have liked to have forgot because I wanted to give copies to all the council members. I did show Mr. Lawrence, and he gave his approval with the area.
Leo, let me interrupt you. Is this a fair representation I can show Mr. Turner?
I have a little different of a map. I'd be happy to come up there and show.
If you could show him.
Who prepared this legislation? Did the administration prepare it?
It was actually Citrus Land called us up. We've been using the property of Citrus Land for access, because it backs up right to the canal, to access to repair the canal, the levees. You can see it where it is. It's right here. It's a strip of land right there.
it as a donation. So we drafted it up and stuff it as a donation to go through.
Okay. Just that I think it would have been appropriate if you would have given it to the representative of that area. That's why I was asking who, who prepared it and how did it end up in Mr. Marinovich's hand and not mine. Just curious. No hard feelings, just asking.
I didn't hijack it, I promise you. It was just
No, and I didn't think you did.
Do we have any comment or question about this one? If not, the machine is open. On 6A1. Okay, and it passes 7-0. With that, we'll move to 6A2, an ordinance by the Plaquemines Parish Council as on behalf of the West Bank Levy District and the Buras Levy District to appropriate perpetual flood protection easements, perpetual road access easements, perpetual drainage easements, perpetual waterline utility easements, temporary work area easements, and temporary work area easements within existing highway rights-of-way in certain portions of lands in Plaquemines Parish to construct the New Orleans Adventist West Bank Hurricane Protection Levy, NOV 05A, St. Jude City Price, project in Plaquemines Parish, Louisiana for levee, drainage, flood, and hurricane protection purposes and otherwise provide respect thereto. I'll offer and ask for a second. Second by Dr. Gouy. I had some talk with Mr. Blair about this one also, and this is simply for levee work. Some of it is temporary easements, and some of them are perpetual. Do we have any comment or question about this one? Hearing none, the machine's open. And the ordinance passes 7-0. Mr. Hinckley, 6A3. An ordinance approving a plan of re-subdivision of lots 1 and 2, Woodland Division, Plaquemines Parish, Louisiana, into lots 1A and 2A, Woodland Division, Plaquemines Parish, Louisiana, as shown on the plans and plat of survey by Dufran Surveying and Engineering Incorporated, April 9th, 2013. The owner having fulfilled all the requirements of the subdivision and re-subdivision ordinance of the Parish of Plaquemines without cost to the Plaquemines Parish government, or the Parish of Plaquemines, and otherwise provide respect thereto. Mr. Hinckley, are you offering?
I'm going to offer.
I'm going to second. Mr. Hinckley?
I talked to Mr. Febo earlier. It's not so much as a subdividing the property, but it's a purchase of a piece of property and creating a piece of property into one. So I'm
It's a
fine with
merger?
it's a merger, so I'm fine with this.
Thank you, Mr. Hinckley. Did we have any protests from the neighbors, anything like that? Nothing? Okay, good. Any other comment or question about this? Hearing none, the machine's open on 6A3. And it passes 7-0. Thank you, gentlemen. Where's Mr. Edgecombe? We're going to pass over 6B for the time being. Mr. Griffin, you want to go on with 6C? Yes? I didn't hear you.
I'm going to withdraw 6C and 6D.
We're going to withdraw 6C, and we're going to withdraw 6D. Thank you,
Right.
Mr. Griffin. 6E will also be withdrawn. 6F,
Proper word.
you're going to ask to withdraw
I'll
6F,
get
sir?
that.
Thank you, sir. 6F is withdrawn. 6G, do we have any information on this one? Mr. Williams? Yep. We're down to G right now. I mean, can we address it today if I bring it up for a vote today? Yes, sir. Okay. An ordinance to amend the 5-year capital improvements plan for the water monitoring SCADA project and otherwise to provide respect thereto. I'll offer and ask for a second. Seconded by Dr. Gouy. Mr. Williams? Balls in your court, sir.
Yes, sir. After speaking with Mr. Jeff Boone in telecommunications, we're looking at approximately $170,000 to reintroduce cameras parish-wide, and this will also help us to get the funding that we need in place for engineering and design, which will be for our cabling, NEMA boxes, and power sources. All of this information has come from the telecommunications department, Mr. Jeff Boone and Mr. Randy Johnson. Yes, G.
Mr. Chairman and Mr. Williams, do we have anybody overseeing our SCADA program, or do we have a SCADA program, or we're just picking and choosing?
Right now, we currently have a small SCADA program where we do have them at the drainage pump stations where we can monitor the water levels, things of that nature. This particular SCADA program, which we're trying to go to, is mostly automated, where we won't have any of our pump operators in harm's way when storms are approaching. We still can pump as long as power will let us and generators will let us. So this is a long-term approach to the Band-Aid approach that we currently have in place to have the Cadillac, so to speak, so we don't have to put anyone's life in danger. And this is a parish-wide study that will be looked at through by Vanguard via telecommunications.
So this is not actually construction, this is study.
No, I'm sorry. This is for engineering design. Engineering design. I'm sorry. Engineering design.
And who in the parishes, which department will this fall under?
Telecommunications, Mr. Guy Lagas, and also Mr. Jeff Boone. We've studied Jefferson Parish and see what they have, and they have a pretty good pumping system and keep their guys out of harm's way. So this is what we're looking to do as well. All of this stuff will be fed through the EOC where they can monitor water levels and also continue to pump without having our guys in harm's way. And that's pretty much the safety piece that we're looking to do, and also moving to the 22nd century of having the automated services.
And who's doing it for us again?
Vanguard, we have them currently under contract. They're our consultant with telecommunication, and they're under contract currently.
Any other comment or question? Mr. Henry?
Cost.
170. Engineering design.
Mr. Arthur? $170,000.
170.
I agree with it.
He agrees with it. We have your permission, Mr. Arthur. We may vote. Okay, machine's open, y'all. 6G. And it passes 8-0. Mr. Henry, for your input. Okay. 6H we're going to defer at this time, correct? 6H will be deferred. Oh, that's right. I understand. 6I will be deferred at this time. Yeah, I can go right back to it in a minute. We're gonna withdraw 6J. 6K will be withdrawn. We're gonna move back to 6B. Councilman Edgevacombe, they got on here? You want to go forward? An ordinance to amend the 5-year capital improvements plan for the Port Suffolk Government Building waterproofing project, authorizing Parish President William Billy Nungasser to hire a firm to engineer, design, and construct said project, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Mr. Edgecombe, you're offering?
Actually, I offer with a small change.
And where's that change, sir?
The changes would be after the word appropriating and before 250,000, insert not to exceed. That's within the
Not
whereas.
262.50. You want to put whereas, before the whereas, first whereas you want it not to exceed?
Second whereas. Improvements planned by appropriating not to exceed $250,000. And in section 1, also do the same, please. And with that, I'll offer.
I'll second. Mr. Edgecombe?
Thank you, sir. What this is basically, it's self-explanatory, but it is for the engineer, design, and also the construction of some sort of a waterproofing system for the Port Suffolk Government Building. I talked briefly with Mr. Turner a couple of times about it. He agreed with me. I think, matter of fact, I mentioned after Hurricane Isaac, Mr. Hinckley gave a couple of ideas, but it's definitely needed. even after we got beat up for hurricane, now that the building is still taking some substantial water stains, I guess you could say. So I would ask for your support, please. Stern, you good?
I'm good. Just, Mr. Williams.
Sir.
What Mr. Edgecombe is talking about, that will not address the damage that exists, the repairs that they've made.
No.
Is there any way we can get, you know, the people, whoever did the repairs, we still have the same problem? It's still, if you can just take a look at that. We can talk offline about
Okay.
it.
Okay.
Thank you.
You good, Mr. Stone?
Yes.
Anybody have any comment or question about this? Not, the machine is open. Mr. Griffin? And the ordinance passes 8-0.
Thank you.
Mr. Palazzo, ready to proceed with 6L? Huh? 6L be deferred. 6M, we're going to finish the CEA, is that correct? You want to defer that one also? Grass cutting equipment. I'm asking you, do you want to defer it until the CEA is completed?
It's not gonna be a CEA. We actually, because it doesn't qualify for CEA.
MOU?
It's basically because they're gonna be providing us the labor. They're not required to do a CEA.
Okay, so we can go forward
We can
with
go
it?
forward with it.
Okay. Do we?
Yeah, real quick, did we have language put in there to develop a CEA? I know we talked
We
about it.
didn't originally, no.
Not originally, I have it on mine, and we didn't do it?
We were going to, but we did not.
Good deal.
Okay, let me go ahead and read it out so we can discuss it. Y'all will go from there. This is an ordinance to amend the general fund, 2013 operating expenditure budget, otherwise to provide respect thereto. I'll offer and ask for a second.
I'll second.
Second by Mr. Lapine. Basically, what this is, ladies and gentlemen, is an amount not to exceed $70,000. This is for grass cutting equipment. This is a program that Sheriff Wooten had originally put into play. No, we're not going to do that. We don't need it. That's what he just said. This is a program that Sheriff Wooten originally originated, and it was to do some grass cutting in some of the nonprofit areas, the cemeteries, some of the churches, and recreation areas to kind of help the parish and give some of the trustees a day out of the prison, so to speak, and maybe get some public service work done and teach them how to work. Thankfully, Sheriff Hingle expanded the program somewhat, and then with us getting a new sheriff, Mr. Greco's looking to do the same, but the problem is that the equipment has fallen into disrepair. It was picked up and returned to the parish, Mr. Williams. That's correct. Mr. Alvin Tinson returned the stuff to Corey Bowie. Mr. Williams has possession of it. I think it's done served its purpose well. And at this time, we need to buy some equipment, specifically mentioned, is 4 0-turn 60-inch deck diesel boat mowers, and 10 21-inch high wheel push mowers. We may be looking in the future to maybe expand some of this grass cutting to actually take over some of this money we spend in with these out-of-parish companies to maybe even do some of the work but we're not into that right now. This is just simply to continue the program that we have, and I would ask for your support on it. Do we have any comment or question about it? Mr. Lott?
Like the last council meeting, we were just interested in who's going to pay for the maintenance and repairs of it.
We're responsible for that.
Whose budget is it going to come out of? Yours?
I'm sure it's gonna come out of yours.
I need some additional money applied for it then.
Maintenance on 14 lawnmowers, Scott?
Byron, what you spend a year on repairs for your zero turns?
Yeah, those things take a beating out there in the field, and then you don't have one person that's on it, so you can't really have an ownership on it, but it will need repairs. So there is some expenses that's going to be needed for repairs.
Let him come back to us for the money for it if he needs to. We'll do that. Ms. Cooper?
I just have a question. At the last meeting, did we do it with changes? Because mine says on,
We talked about a CEA, and
we didn't
Leo
add the
determined we didn't
changes?
need to. No, ma'am, we did not make any changes.
Okay, because I was going to tell you we need to take that out.
No,
if
ma'am, we did not.
Okay.
So you didn't make any changes. Also, are we gonna do some of the old established churches now, or he's not gonna do them because they don't have 401c status?
That's something to probably be addressed to the sheriff. I'm not in charge of that program. We just give him the lawnmowers to get some of the work done.
Well,
I can definitely talk to him about it, or I'll introduce you to him. If you don't know the man, you can talk to him
well,
yourself.
I'm still saying, if it's the people's money being spent on it, and you're doing nonprofit, you should be able to do all. That's my point there. You know what I'm
Mr. Henry, the
saying?
only thing I'm gonna say to you without, having a lengthy debate about it, I'm not exactly sure what the law is. I'm no expert on it, but I'm under some understanding that there's been some changes in the state law that they have to provide certain documents, and I'm certain that if the churches or whatever nonprofits can provide those documents, which if they're legitimate, I'm sure they can. And I'd certainly be encouraging you to contact me if you want to, and I'll talk to the sheriff. We can sit down with him, me and you both, and see if we can work those issues out. I don't have a problem with it whatsoever.
Yeah, because that needs to be worked out.
I don't have a problem
Some
with it
of
whatsoever.
these churches
I
are
think it's
over
a legitimate
100 years
concern.
old, but they don't have 501c status, you know. They don't. But they're nonprofit.
Any other comment or question about it? Hearing none, the machine is open. And the ordinance passes 8-0. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. Rathburn, 6N, we're gonna bypass for today. We're gonna defer for today. Okay, we're gonna defer item 6N. 6P, Mr. Edgecombe. An ordinance to amend the Boat Harbors and Shipyards Fund 2013 operating expenditure budget and manpower structure, Boat Harbors General Department, personal services line items for a superintendent position, otherwise provide respect thereto. Are you offering, Mr. Edgecombe?
Yes, sir, I am.
Do we have a second? Do we have a second? Last call, do we have a second? The motion dies for lack of a second. 6R, Mr. Rathburn, we're going to withdraw. Or are we, Mr. Rathburn? I'm sorry to wake you up. 6R, we're going to withdraw or defer, or? 6R will be deferred. 6S, an ordinance to amend the general fund 2013 operating expenditure budget, engineering department, various line items, and otherwise to provide respect thereto. I will offer and ask for a second. Second, Mr. Edgecombe. Mr. Lotter, you could probably give me a little more information on this one. This is $33,000. I think it's being shifted around in your department from various line items to vehicles, lights, trucks, and vans, sir?
Yes, sir. It is, we have our surveying vehicle, has over 200,000 miles, starting to cost us in repairs. We had some monies that we could move and figure that, we get a new vehicle so before it starts costing us, not nickel diming us to death.
Okay. Any comment or question about this one?
Does this seem to be in a price range at 33,000? That's what we
Yes, sir, they're on state contract, so it's a state contract price.
I'm guessing there's some special equipment or something with the truck or?
No, sir,
cabins
it's
or
just
something?
it's an SUV, a full-size SUV, because it carries all the surveying equipment.
It's like a 4x4 or something?
No, just a regular,
It's an SUV?
just a large,
Okay,
large,
I understand.
full-size Suburban or SUV. Expedition, whatever, whatever's on.
That's
sale.
fine. Anyone else? Any more comments? Machine's open on 6S. And the ordinance passes 7-0. Move to item 6T, an ordinance to amend the general fund 2013 operating expenditure budget, drainage department, various line items, and otherwise to provide respect thereto. I'll offer and ask for a second. Ms. Edgecombe seconding. Again, I think this is just a lot that's under yours. I believe we no impact, bottom line impact to the budget. We're moving from professional services, all in waste and tree clearing, to buy light truck and van
Yes, sir. It's going to be,
for drainage.
correct, it's replacing a 2001 Dodge 1500 has 180,000 miles, and it's not working at this present time. It's going to be approximately $200 to $2,500 to get it up and running at this present
How
time.
much?
$2,000 to $2,500 to get it up and running at this time.
And it's a 2001, you said?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Mr. Turner?
How long have you been without it?
Probably a month or so.
Do we need the vehicle?
Yes, sir. We just hired somebody on the East Bank. So, yes, sir.
Anyone else? Hearing no further comment, the machine's open on 6T. Griffin? PV? PV? And that item passes 8-0. Okay, 6U, an ordinance to amend the Road Maintenance Fund, 2013 operating expenditure budget, public right-of-way maintenance department, various line items, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. I'll offer and ask for a second. Second by Dr. Gui. What this is, despite what I was a little concerned about looking at the numbers, they've trimmed some items out of the budget, and this is to replace, correct me if I'm wrong, gentlemen, to replace equipment that was destroyed maybe in Isaac, and specifically 2 Bobcats and a rubber-wheeled
Rubber tire backhoe, correct, yes, sir.
Is that correct?
Yes, sir. PW has been written, we just haven't had any confirmation if it has been awarded or not. We've lost several pieces of equipment doing Isaac and vehicles, and we've been, raking and scraping, trying to make do of what we have, and it just...
So there's a possibility we may be reimbursed?
Very possible, yes, sir.
Which I have applied for.
We have applied for it, we just haven't gotten anything back.
Do you know whether or not it has been obligated?
No, that's what I'm saying. It's been, we've requested and written it, this hasn't been obligated.
Was that a recent request, or?
No, it's been at the time of Isaac. I don't think anything's been obligated at this present time. Do you know of legal?
When you say you don't think anything has been obligated, you mean anything has been obligated for that, right?
No, I'm talking about, I don't know what's been obligated.
Because we know at this stage of the game, most of Isaac projects have been obligated.
I don't think so.
That is not. Okay, we can continue.
You good? Anyone else? Now the machine is open on 6U. Smaller? Yeah, okay. And the ordinance passes 8-0. 6V, an ordinance to amend the general fund 2013 operating expenditure budget, flood control department, various line items, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. I'm going to offer and ask for a second. Second by Mr. Lapine. Again, this is replacing equipment damaged in Isaac, and specifically, this is an excavator. Mr. Lott?
No, sir, this is replacing 2 just old worn-out pieces, 2 Bobcats, and replacing a mechanic truck that we do not have. We have 2 mechanic trucks with 3 mechanics, so we're looking to purchase a 3rd mechanic truck. If you remember, we had some legislation that came in front of y'all a couple of months ago in regards for a maintenance truck, but we asked y'all to withdraw it, and we put it on with this here.
So say this again, because I was just giving some different information.
It's replacing 2 Bobcats, 2 old Bobcats, and purchasing 1 mechanic truck.
Okay, and this is not hurricane damage equipment, just worn out equipment?
Just.
And the other equipment, will be, I'm sure, will be going to auction or something?
Yes, sir.
Okay,
Now,
thank you, Mr. Lott.
the truck, we don't have it, we're just adding a truck to the fleet.
I understand.
Okay, but the Bobcats, yes, will go to auction.
Okay. Any comment or question about this one? Machine's open on 6V. And the item passes 8-0. Okay, 6W, an ordinance to amend the 5-year capital improvements plan for the acquisitions of Laird's NOV Oakville to Venice project and otherwise to provide respect thereto. I'm going to offer with a substitute. As you notice in the substituted section, it specifically lists the various projects. He's also changed the number from 1,156,550 to 586,550. And you'll notice the changes at the bottom. I'll often ask for a second to do some better explaining then. Second, Ms. Lapine? I talked to Blair Rittner about this last night to find out what this was. This is no additional bottom line to the budget, from what I understand. And Mario confirmed this for me last night also. But basically, these projects that are listed at the bottom, if y'all don't see, ladies and gentlemen, specifically Oakville La Receipt, Wilkinson Pump Station, Diamond Levee, Project Diamond Pump Station, Sunrise and Grand Liard Pump Station, Empire Floodgate, Empire de Beers MRL Wall Removal Project, and the Land Department Professional Services. He's combined all of these into one number, into one budget number, as opposed to having 8 different numbers. And that's all this is. Am I correct, Mario? Did I do this correctly?
Sir, that's correct.
Anybody have any comment or question about this one? Hearing no comment, machine's open on 6W. And the ordinance passes 8-0. 6X, Mr. Edgecombe. An ordinance to amend the Boat Harbors and Shipyards Fund 2013 operating expenditure budget, Empire Boat Harbor Department, various line items, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Mr. Edgecombe, are you offering? I'll second. Mr. Edgecombe?
Actually, they moved some monies around, but I will divert it over to Mr. Scott for
What we had, we were using the heavy equipment's grapple buckets, grapple bucket for the Bobcat to move the big blocks and other pieces of equipment around as needed for the Empire Shipyard. Heavy equipment needed it, so they taken it back, requested it back from us. So we're just trying to purchase one for the Empire Shipyard for their department only, for the harbors.
Any other comment or question about this one? Hearing none, the machine is open on 6X. And the ordinance passes 8-0. Mr. Edgecombe, 6Y. An ordinance to amend the Boat Harbors and Shipyards Fund 2013 operating expenditure budget, Empire Shipyard Department, various line items, and otherwise to provide respect thereto. Are you offering, Mr. Edgecombe? I'll second. Mr. Edgecombe?
Again, just move the monies around. Of course, I will divert it to Mr. Rogers.
Scott?
I spoke to Mr. Edgecombe. Mr. Edgecombe had some interest in possibly getting rid of the double-wide trailer because of the insurance and whatever other reasons, the conditions of the trailer, and possibly looking into purchasing a 40-foot metal container that is converted into a office like we have at the Empire Boat Harbor, which they have a 20-footer. But so with that being said, we're trying to move monies to try to purchase one.
What it is, the double wide trailer takes up a lot of room. It's not necessarily needed.
Correct.
Space that's in there, we can also use that space for docking vessels if need be. And Mr. Rotten also discussed the possibility that if we do have a major hurricane event, we could move this container and use it for a general.
Not to mention that trailer's a little bit in rough shape, isn't it?
Or general command post or something.
Yes.
Be universal, that's all.
Thank you, Mr. Edgecombe. Anyone have any comment or question about this one? Hearing none, the machine's open on 6Y. Left. And the ordinance passes 7-0. Mr. Edgecombe, 6Z.
Yep.
An ordinance to amend the 5-year capital improvements plan for the sewer extension District 7 project and General Fund 2013 operating expenditure budget, Community Action Agency, General Department, line item, other programs, sewage rehabilitation, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Mr. Edgecombe, are you offering? I will second. Mr. Edgecombe?
Council, we have several individuals from District 7 that has qualified for community action services to help with the sewage in their areas. We're looking for $20,000 to complete this project. That's for material only. Severn Trent will be doing the project in-house, which will be no labor cost to the parish. It'll just be for material.
Anyone have a comment or question about this one? Hearing none, the machine's open on 6Z. And the ordinance passes 7-0. Mr. Edgecombe, 6AA. A resolution appointing blank. Do you have a fill-in for that?
Yes, I'm sorry. Michael Farizio,
F-A-R-I-Z-O. A resolution appointing Mike Farizzo as representative of the oyster industry in the Plaquemines Parish Coastal Zone Management Board. Huh? Okay.
Where it says oyster on line 2, put shrimp. On line 5, where it says oyster, scratch out, insert shrimp. And also on line 11, scratch out oyster, insert shrimp, and it's got officer.
Okay, so we got a resolution appointing Mike Farizzo as representative of the shrimp industry on the Plaquemines Parish Coastal Zone Management Board and otherwise provide respect thereto. Your offering, sir? Mr. Edgecombe? Your offering? Okay, I'll second. Mr. Edgecombe?
This gentleman, he came to a couple meetings, couple CCM meetings. He is a manager for Delaco Corporation on the East Bank. He manages 100,000 acres of property further on the East Bank. He used to put some, back to that. He is the duck hunting, he's like a wetland guy.
Where does he live?
He lives on the East Bank.
Does he have a camp or is that his residence? Does he reside on the East Bank? Okay.
Any other comment or question about this one? Mr. Arthur?
Yeah, I'm at it again, I guess, but is there diversity on this board? Is there diversity on this board? Diversity. Is it diverse?
Well, we got a lot of different people on the board, male and female. I mean, different. I don't know
Now, what
exactly what
is-
you're looking
well,
for.
Man, you know it. Look,
what he's asking
I'm not here
is
to
there-
play games. I'm here to be real. We got, I'm going to say what I mean. I'm going to say it like I said it last time. We got boards and commissions here. I'm going to say it just like I'm going to say it.
Say it.
It don't need to be lily white all the time. There are other races live in this parish. It's a diverse parish. Government is for the people, by the people.
Mr. Arthur, let me say this to you. Just one thing real quick, if you
Go
give
ahead.
me a second. I would ask you to look at some of the other boards and some of the other.
All of them.
No, sir. I'd ask you to look at all of them in toto and look at them and see. And there are, if you're referring to African Americans being on other boards or commissions, we do have some on several of them.
African
Tyrone Edwards,
Americans,
first
Asians,
one comes to
not just
mind.
African Americans, no. Diverse means diverse.
Okay.
And
Come on.
Mr. Edgecombe, are there any minorities on this board? And I think that's what
No
Mr.
females?
But she's not on his board. That's not. She works for the government. And what Mr. Henry is asking, are there any minorities? And what he's saying is that these boards, all of these boards, it should represent the community. And what he's saying is there's a diverse community. I think we understand what he's saying.
I know you do. But I'm gonna keep at it. I'm gonna keep at it every time a board or commission come up.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else? Machine's open on 6AA. passes, the resolution passes 6-0. 6BB will be deferred at this time. 6CC will be withdrawn. Ms. Cooper, I think 6DD we're going to withdraw too, ma'am. Is that correct? Okay, thank you. 6EE, where's Mr. Hinckley? What? Okay, we passed 6AA, okay? We are deferring 6BB. We are withdrawing 6CC. We are withdrawing 6DD. Mr. Hinckley's back. Mr. Hinckley, 6EE. An ordinance to amend the 5-year capital improvements plan in order to fund the renovation of parish-owned property, which will provide facilities and storage areas for the Plaquemines Parish Performing and Visual Arts Program project, and otherwise provide with respect thereto.
I'm going to offer with changes.
Needs to be handed out, Mr. Hinckley, correct?
Yeah, the changes are going to be highlighted in yellow. You'll see after on the fourth whereas, appropriating $228,308. In section 1, the first line, appropriating $228,308. With that, I offer.
Second by Dr. Gui. Mr. Hinckley?
What this is this is to support the Performing Arts and Visual Arts program. This is something that we're basically with the, what was it, the Louisiana Youth of Arts and
Yeah.
I think we're doing something really good right here, creating this for the parish. This opens up for
This
a
will
lot
be,
of the
and part of these
kids.
monies will be used to rehabilitate one of the buildings that we have,
Well,
correct?
It's what this is to rehabilitate. What's taken so long is to find the buildings out at the government complex, but we've identified the buildings and we're ready to move forward with that right there.
And this will help them out, because I believe we had some conversations with the lady, and this is what she was mainly looking for, was some place
She
to
needs
work
a
with the
space.
young people.
She works with the kids in this room right here, but as of October 1st, she had to vacate the building because we have elections coming up and they can't be in here. And by creating and doing these buildings like this, the kids can go in, they can create their own, they'll have their own space, they won't have to be displaced anymore. They'll have their own home and they'll have their own center to where they can go there from here until this council.
Yes, and the other thing I think we discussed with her was the fact that she had no place to store her materials or expand her program, because we asked her maybe to explore the option of maybe moving doing some projects on the east bank and the lower end of the parish, and this would give her an opportunity to do that.
And what it is, it's going to allow her to grow her program, because there are kids from the east bank and the lower end of the parish that want to participate in this program.
That's right.
But she's been having to hold back on that, and
For lack of space.
For lack of space.
Thank you, Mr. Hinckley. Anyone have any comment or question about this one?
I would also like to say that I'm fully in favor of this project. I think that is most definitely needed, but also we do need gymnasiums for the recreation department parish-wide, because we don't own any, and it causes us issues when we have basketball season, because we have to yield to the school system. So as we go into the 2014 budget, I will be coming before you guys, at least try to do at least one gymnasium somewhere in the parish with a master plan to build 2 more parish-wide, because we definitely need them. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Williams. Anyone else have any comment or question about this one?
I'm sure it's going to be a very diverse program too there, Mr.
Thank you, Mr. Williams, appreciate that, but Mr. Hinckley, I agree with you on that. They need something for the kids. All kids can't play basketball and football.
Okay. Any comment or question? Now the machine is open on 6EE. Any ordinances passed, 7-0?
I'd like to just make a quick comment real quick, because
Yes,
the kids have been watching these recordings, and they were devastated at the last meeting when I withdrew or when I deferred, and they just didn't understand what was going on. They were devastated because they thought all of a sudden we just changed our minds, but we haven't changed our minds. The monies are in place now, kids, and we can move forward with the program. The buildings are going to be renovated, and you'll have your home in the near future. So, thanks again, guys.
So does that explain the broken windows and the vandalism at your house?
All right. So.
Chairman Marinovich, Is it possible if we could readdress 6BB? And the reason I say that, because we have somebody here from GCR, Mona. She was asked to come by Blair to explain it, and it's my belief that this is fully funded by the state.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and read this one. This was offered by Mr. Burris. An ordinance to amend the 5-year capital improvements plan. You can? Okay. An ordinance to amend the 5-year capital improvements plan for the Extension Peters Road Bypass Project and otherwise to provide respect thereto. Dr. Gouy, you going to take this for him?
This for Mr. Burris.
And I'll second. Mr. Hinckley wants a second? Mr. Hinckley seconds.
Good afternoon. My name is Mona Nassari, and I'm the Real Estate Services Manager with GCR. And GCR was the consulting firm on behalf of Plaquemines Parish to acquire the property for the first phase of the Peters Road Bridge Extension Project, which is now under construction. This ordinance that's coming before you is not for funds for GCR. GCR is already under contract for Phase 2. What is up for vote today is the funding, the Plaquemines Parish portion, the 20% portion of the funds needed to pay the landowners. So it reflects, or it's representative of, land payments and relocation benefits to impacted property owners and businesses. So the estimated cost is $2.3 million. RPC, the Regional Planning Commission, has allocated 80%, or $1.85. So the Plaquemines Parish portion, or 20%, is $463,000. So this particular ordinance would allow us to move forward with the acquisition of the properties. Now, the Phase 2 project does span in both Jefferson and Plaquemines Parish. Plaquemines is not being taxed with the acquisition of lands for the Jefferson Parish piece. We're already in communication with Jefferson Parish, and they are going to come up with their own share for the properties in Jefferson Parish.
And would you just reiterate where these funds will come from?
80%.
No. The allocation of $500,000 is not coming from Plaquemines Parish General Fund.
It's listed here from the state of Louisiana. Is that correct?
I don't have the answer to that.
Do you want to read it?
I don't have that memo, but if that's, I do know that 80% is
Okay.
coming from RPC, and if the parish has pursued funding for the 20% from the state, then that is correct.
Yes, and what this does not allocate a nickel from Plaquemines Parish. It says from the state of Louisiana. So whatever mechanism is in place to make that happen, it will happen. If it does not happen, then this is null and void, and you'd have to come back anyway.
Okay,
And
that's
I'm
fine.
good with that.
And I wasn't provided that memo. Is that from, who is that? Is that from your?
This is the ordinance it reads in total. Beside the first part of it, it says on line 3, West Plaquemines Parish is awarded additional funding from the state of Louisiana for the extension project in the amount of $500,000. Lines 5 and 6, whereas amending the 5-year capital improvement plan by appropriating $500,000 to the project from the state of Louisiana is requested.
No.
And the final in section 1, it says the same language.
That's what it says. It's approved that way.
I'm good with that.
Okay. The share that y'all have to come up with was that.
Oh, I understand.
As I understand it, it is coming out of the general fund.
Are we on the same page?
As I understand it, the 80% that's coming from RPC is you have to come up with the 20% match. If Plaquemines Parish has gone out and gotten additional state funding in the amount of $500,000.
And that's what we're understanding that has been done here. If not, what you're telling us, about us having to come up with money would be null and void, correct, Dr. Gouy?
That's
Bill, you have something to add?
no, I believe that is correct. And if in fact, if we have to come up with it, then it comes right back to you.
We'll have to revote this.
You have to
and say,
revote
yeah,
on it, it has to be
time.
changed, that's correct.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to know where the funds are coming from. Here's why. Trying to locate the list, and I might have it here with me. under the Isaac funding, there was the 16 million OCD that that I introduced legislation concerning, and then there was the 12 million of hazardous mitigation money, which is from the state. And in the list of projects that were submitted to the state, now we're talking Isaac money, hazardous mitigation, those who were impacted by Isaac, I believe this project was listed as one of the projects. And if we're going to take $500,000, yes, it's coming from the state, but if you can't tell us where it's coming from, and it's possibly coming from off the backs of the Isaac victims, at this time we need to defer this until we know where this money is coming from. Just to say it's coming from the state and could possibly, that grant could be for the Isaac victims. And I'm just going by the list that this government submitted to the state. Walker Road was in that list, if I remember correctly. If you need me to look for it, give me time and I probably can locate it. But it doesn't say which projects were approved. So if they're banking on using that money that's designated for the Isaac victims, then I have a problem. And because I don't know that, somebody needs to tell us which state funds we're going to be impacting.
Mr. Palazzo, maybe you could give me a hand here. Mr. Turner's concerns are legitimate because we don't have that. So if we could just add some language, we'll get the second withdrawn, add some language to say, in effect, that these funds will not be taken from the Hurricane Isaac funds that were appropriated. Yeah, and you know where I'm going with this? We're excluding certain state fundings that would make this invalid if those funds, in fact, did come from hurricane victims.
Specifically the community development block grants. And HG, and,
yeah.
what is HG?
HMGP.
Yeah. Say it again,
HM Hazardous Mitigation Grant Program, GP.
So we could exclude those two programs as the source of funding, and then I think everyone would be more comfortable with it. Because we do need to move forward on this, and if that's the hang-up, then let's make it known that that's the hang-up now, so it can be corrected expeditiously.
You want us to go, what I'd like to do, I guess, is go back and verify for the council where exactly the state funding's coming from.
Well, as long as it's not coming from those two sources, everything would be valid, and we could pass this today and go with it and put it beside us. And if it's not, we'll come back and correct it.
Nor the Katrina Rita of that money we received this year.
Whatever. Just give me the language, whatever it is.
The Katrina Rita.
No hurricane-related funds. Let's put that.
Just make it specific, so we don't have to deal with this again, please.
The Katrina Rita funding that we received this year, the $31,800,000, the 16 million in OCD money, and the 12 million in hazardous mitigation money. None of those funds are to be tapped to cover this cost.
And let's make sure we insert the correct language so that we can reflect our intentions rather than just try to remember verbally. Can you read that to us?
You submit with amendments, is that what
No, to change, yeah, with a change, just to exclude those funding sources, that's all.
I'm gonna ask that it be deferred, actually.
All right, let me ask you this. If we defer it, is there any penalties or any, we'll be okay?
No, we're okay in time. We're coming here early.
Good.
That'd be fine.
We'll defer it, thank you, and it was a great explanation, appreciate it.
Thank you, Dr. Ruth, for your time, though. At 6BB, it will be deferred. Let's see, where we at? 6FF, Kurt?
FF, coroner.
6FF will be deferred. 6GG will be deferred. 6HH, Mr. Edgecombe. The resolution establishing the membership of the Plaquemines Parish Tourist Commissioner Board, appointing the initial members of the board, and otherwise to provide respect thereto. You offering, Mr. Edgecombe? Yes, I think we had copies ready, but go ahead and read them anyway for the audience, if you would. Didn't we pass out copies last time?
Right now, Ms. Jones Stromeyer.
Hold up, 1 second. Go ahead, Jeff. Just trying to catch up to you.
South St. Philip. Foster Capel. Mike Van Helbeck. Also, while we did there, I would assume on 125, we have to change the date to that. Someone to take that.
So you're gonna put the punch the dates in from, you wanna go 11/1? Or you wanna go to 12/31/2015? Okay, so let me reread a resolution establishing members of the Plaquemines Parish Tourist Commission Board, appointing initial members to the board, and otherwise to provide respect thereto. The members being on lines 16 through 22, Joan Strohmeyer, Renee Cross, Chad Breland, Shane Mayfield, South St. Philip, Foster Capel, and Mike Van Haverback. And the terms of office will start on November the 1st, 2013, I'm sorry. You change that date also, to 12/31/2015. And with that, you're offering, Mr. Edgecombe? I will second. Mr. Edgecombe?
Well, basically, the main sports camp we used to Sam Masters, we checked in, going pretty thorough. I did make a change earlier. I do have a statement from the sergeant, Mr. Turner's office, that Mr. Turner was seeking to place Mark Donovan on his board, which I know Mr. Mark myself, and how I respect him. I actually had a conversation a couple of times about this, and the last comment he made to me was that he was already on a lot of committees that
And I also spoke to him, and he asked that his name be withdrawn.
with that, appreciate Mr. Turner, and I think I highly respect Mr. Turner.
Do you have any comment or question about this one? Hearing none, the machine's open.
Here we are establishing a board here. This is something just coming up. Ask that same question.
Mr. Edgecombe, is it possible to include Byron Ankelard in there?
No, it's not, because the state board establishes this is a tourism-related commission, and the persons have to be in the tourism-related business or industry. That is what the statute is. It's not, this is not for an oyster fisherman, a shrimp fisherman, a truck driver, or anything else. It's to provide only for someone who is tourism-related business only.
Okay, well, for that case, Mr. Edgecombe, then tell me what these people, what their businesses are to show that they're tourism-related. Okay, hang on. Next. Okay. Okay. And the last gentleman, what's his name and where does he live? Does he live in the parish? Okay. Mike Rotel. And what's that name again?
Hey, I know you guys don't like it, but hey, be on the other side of that shoe, my brothers. That's all I tell you. Be on the other side of that shoe.
What would you like me to do, Mr. Henry?
Yeah.
Tell me what you want
What
to
you
do.
think would be
Do
the
you
right
have, do you
thing
have
to
a
do?
nominee?
What
Do you
would
have
be
a
the right
nominee?
thing to do? I can get you a nominee.
That's included
I
in
We
the
asked
can
this
get
two
you a
weeks ago.
nominee.
We asked this 2
Give
weeks
me a
ago.
couple of weeks and I'll get you a nominee.
Okay? Do you have a nominee?
I don't have one now.
That
Give me a
does
couple of
something
weeks and I'll
with
get you a
tourism or
nominee.
restaurant?
Because y'all be doing things under the table.
I've
here.
got a nominee
Anyhow,
then.
man.
Miss Betty Dinette. The restaurant, if we're talking about restaurant owners, Betty Dinette, school board
spoken to her?
member.
Have you
I can
spoken
call
to
her
her?
right this minute.
I think we asked to do this 2 weeks ago, if I'm
Can
not
I have the
mistaken.
floor? I'd like to ask two questions. Is the number of members of the board, is that set, or can it be more? Is seven, that's the limit of
That's
the
the
number?
limit, yes, sir.
All right, let me ask you this. If we put Miss Betty on that, is anybody going to jail?
If she goes on a board?
If we put her on the board and we got 8 instead of 7?
No, it, no,
we
she,
gonna-
no, we would have to do is strip a name and add Miss Betty's name.
Is the number set as 7, and if we put 8, are we going to jail?
Am I going to jail? No.
All right,
I'm going to abstain.
then, what I would like to do, because I know Miss Betty, and she's a great person, either by amendment or by change, and we'll wait for the phone call, I would like to add her name to the list. And let's please move on. It's a great suggestion, let's just do it.
Thank you, Doc.
Would you allow me 1 minute to make a phone call to Mr. Mathis and just make sure that it's legal, and I don't have a problem with it either, to be
I don't
honest.
care if it's legal or not.
5-minute recess.
Thank you, Doctor.
Restrooms in the back.
5-minute recess.
My God.
Call a meeting back to order. Recess is over. We were on item 6HH. Do we have a second on that one? Yes. Okay, now who is that, me? I'm going to remove my second. Mr. Edgecombe, you have a change to make, sir? Yes, sir. On line 17, you want to remove Mr. Renee Cross? And we're going to add Miss Betty Donette?
D-I-N-E-T-T-E.
D-I-N-E-T-T-E. Okay, so I'll read the names again. This is to be a resolution establishing the membership of the Plaquemines Parish Tourist Commission Board, appointing initial members to the board, and otherwise to provide respect thereto. The members shall be Joan Strohmeyer, removing Renee Cross, putting Betty Donette, Chad Breland, Shane Mayfield, Sal St. Philip, Foster Crapel, Mike Van Haverback. And with that, you're offering, Mr. Edgecombe? I will second. Do we have any further comment or question about this one?
Just a quick comment. I wasn't looking at race, and Mr. Henry brought it up. He's brought it up on several issues, several committees. And the question becomes, is it diverse and is there an opportunity? And Mr. Lapine asked, well, is there anybody? Do you have anybody? And I said, well, there is somebody, and there's Ms. Betty, and we did confirm. If I would have, again, I wasn't looking at race, that's why I didn't contact you in advance. Her phone number is 504-564.
You want to speak? Okay.
Okay, well, I can give it to you.
Where you get your code stuff from?
But anyway, just wanted to mention that, and Mr. Henry, I didn't think about it. Race was an issue for me, that's why I didn't weigh in on it.
Mr. Lawrence?
I was going
Yeah,
with
one
the list.
quick comment I would have, maybe we can learn from something, that if we ever establish another commission, boards, or whatever we do in this parish, would you please put it in the Gazette that anybody's interested in being on it, and put the requirements to be on it?
That's a good point.
And let them submit names instead of all this silliness. I hope the kids don't look at this.
Mr. Lawrence, one thing you need to remember also, too, is we've had some problem with some of the boards, economic development being one of them right now, that we have trouble finding people to come on the boards that qualify for the boards and will actually show up for the meetings. I've had people's names, I'm not going to mention anyone's name here, that have been asked to be named on these boards, this one even specifically, who do not come to meetings. So that's been part of the problem, so I just want to explain that.
I'm
And it's
just
nothing to
saying
do with race whatsoever.
If there's people out there, if they know about a board, they may volunteer for it.
I understand,
And
sir.
they may be qualified.
Point well taken. Mr. Lapine, you had something for us, sir?
Mr. Turner, Ms. Danette is an excellent choice, and I want to tell you that I know Ms. Danette personally. A very good choice.
Thank you, sir.
Any other comment or question about this one?
Thank you, Doc. You solved the problem. That's the way it should be, man.
Any other comment or question? Go ahead, Ms. Marla.
Just a suggestion that this ordinance has been sitting on the agenda, on the agenda for about 3 months now. It keeps dropped off and it was reintroduced a few times. Maybe in the future, the person that offered it, if anybody has any suggestions or anybody volunteering to be on there, they can email the author of that ordinance or resolution their suggestions beforehand, and that way it'll stop all this arguing at the council meeting.
Point well taken, Ms. Cooper, thank you. Anyone else? Machine's open on 6HH. And the resolution is passed 6-0. Our final item is 6JJ, an ordinance to amend the Solid Waste Fund 2013 operating expenditure budget, Solid Waste District 1 Department, line item professional services, disposal, trash, and otherwise provide respect thereto. I'll offer and ask for a second. Second by Dr. Gui. Mr. Lott, I'm going to let you address this, but if I understand, this is, I think you were down to a budget of $5,000 or $6,000. Or Byron, this is you?
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry, sir.
Not a problem.
I think we're down to a small budget of like $5,000 or $6,000, and this should bring us to the end of the year, you thinking?
That is correct. This is much needed. Because of the disposal fees that we pay right now, I think it's like $46.77 a ton, and that's for garbage and trash. So that's kind of, hurt our budget a bit. But Mr. Scott, Roussel, and Mr. Nary Silv, they got together, and this should get us through till the end of the year.
Thank you, Mr. Williams, for the explanation. Any comment or question about this matter? Not the machine's open on 6HH. And the resolution passes 6-0. Mr. Turner, do we have any comments about Hurricane Isaac?
Yes, I do, Mr. Chairman. And that is, got a phone call from the group in Lake Hermitage, and their canal has never been cleaned out from Hurricane Isaac, and it was filled in with debris. And when I look at the list of PWs for Hurricane Isaac, just for a point of correction earlier, Mr. Williams, most of the PWs are obligated. I have that list right here. And there is...
Speaking about, Councilman, with the ones I know for the buildings and the facilities that I'm over, I know that we don't have much of those obligated. If they are now, I would like to know about it because I would like to get those projects started, sir.
And you're correct on the buildings. I'm looking at a couple of them on the buildings that an obligation has been requested.
Yes, sir.
But the bulk of the PWs, they are obligated. And the one on the equipment, there's one that's vehicles and equipment that is not obligated. But the one right above it, there's a request for debris removal and abandoned vessels. And my question, I guess, to the administration, have we identified, is Lake Hermitage included in that debris removal? Because I know they made it known early that it was a problem. I've made it known early that it was a problem. So this PW request, this version request, can someone confirm if they're included in that?
Yes, sir, they are. I was privy to the emails between Mr. Mike Kenya from the area in relations to the ditches and also the canals being excavated so that they can get their boats through there. Mr. Ken Dugas is aware of that. He has been in correspondence with Mr. Henyup. I can forward those emails to you to see what the trail is, but there's some additional work that I know the community was looking to get done back there, but it's a small segment that has been obligated. I think it was Deer Range Road. I have that on email. I have to look back at it, but I can forward that to you tomorrow. Mr. Mike Kenyup and also his contact information if you want to speak with him, because we have been following up on it, but no work has been done just yet, I can tell you that.
Okay. We would like some feedback on the status of that PW, if one is specific. And you're saying one has been written for that canal?
That is correct, sir.
Okay, so from the administration, if you would, at the next meeting, let us know where that stands. We'd appreciate it.
Yes, sir.
That's all I have on, no, and the only other thing on Hurricane Isaac, this is, I guess I can mention. Go ahead, Mr. Battle.
Yes, my name is Cornell Battle. I live at 140 Johnson Street in Ironton. And I wanted to know if Ironton, the building in Ironton is in that plan, to tear it down or raise it up, or, you know, what's y'all plans for that?
Actually, we have been in contact with All South in regards to the Oakville community has the same issue with those buildings going under as well as the Ironton community. FEMA has not obligated any funds for those buildings, and they're telling us if we touch those facilities, we won't get any funding. So my thoughts are, if there's water and sewer that's there, can we just hook up to it while that facility is still there? And that's going to be up to the council persons. I was going to reach out to them in regards to that. I had the opportunity to meet with Councilman Burris to show him the facility we're looking to put in Oakville. Also, I'm looking to meet with Councilman Turner to show what we're trying to do in Ironton as well. All of this will be mitigated, so it won't be built on the ground. We won't have to worry about flooding. That's something me and Ms. Audrey talked about a few months back about mitigating these buildings, so we don't have to worry about the flooding. But it is there under PW, but it has no obligation at this time.
So we don't have a time span on.
Right now, I met with All South on this morning. Hopefully, I'll have something at the first of the week because we're going into Christmas now, and we still don't have these parks back where they need to be. Right. So there's a sense of urgency from my office. I know from District 6 and also from District 5. So I'm going to try my best to get these buildings in there before Christmas if we can.
Right, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Battle.
That's all I have, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, so we have you under, actually, we was referring to A first, but that'll be all your comments for Isaac and District 6?
Well, no, on District 6, what I was
instead of A, but that's okay.
Okay, on District 6, what I was going to bring up is the meeting that's taking place in Braithwaite, that's Hurricane Isaac, hazardous mitigation money and OCD. That covers a large portion of my district, so I want to make sure that the word gets out, Ironton, West Point, LaHash, that we need people at the Braithwaite Community Center on the 17th. That's to discuss the $16 million in OCD funding and the $12 million of hazardous mitigation money. And that's all I have.
Mr. Turner, I might suggest to you, too, that we maybe get some more forms to distribute to some of the council officers, at least have them available, because I had some people asking after the meeting the other night, we ran out of the comment cards that may want to make comments or something, so if we can get a few out, at least something we can make copies from, it'd be nice.
Okay.
Okay?
Outstanding.
The last two things we have is 7F, which should be deferred at this time, and item 8, which is approval of September 26, 2013 minutes. I'll offer and ask for a second. Second by Ms. Lapine. Any comment or question about this matter? Hearing none, the machine's open on the minutes. And the minutes are approved, 6-0. I'll entertain a motion right now. Mr. P makes a motion to adjourn. Dr. Gui seconds. The machine is open on the adjournment. Wait a minute. What about the executive session? Do we need it today?
Meeting is adjourned. I don't know if you can open it back up.
Okay, well, let's go ahead.
My bad, y'all. I missed it. We're adjourned. I don't think we can open the meeting back up like that.